Hello. Welcome to the stream. How's it going, guys? We're back. We're back once again with a short little stream here. So once again, I'm here for challenges, questions, anything people have. I'm back. We'll be talking about whatever the chat is into. Perhaps chatting about what an article would look like if I wrote one. We're just hanging out, so if anyone's around catching the stream, drop in here. Tell me what's on your mind. Tell me how I'm a delusional partisan hack. Ask your personal interest questions. Anything you got. I'm here for it. I'm extremely interested in what you all have to say. My loyal, massive audience. The most loyal audience. The most committed to me personally audience. So, yeah, anything you got. We're live again. Any feedback on my recent uploads or any general questions? Anything you're wondering about? Anything you want to challenge me on? Question me on? Anything you got, guys? We're live. Once again. Doing my best. Doing audience engagement. This is the only place on the internet where you get direct answers and engagement from your favorite podcast host. Oh my god. We've got my favorite chatter right here. Okay. If I've watched Capitalism in History, 2011, no. I haven't watched very many things from Chris Cutrone in 2011, admittedly. But no, I don't think I've watched that. Is that about, like, capitalism as sort of like a developmental phenomenon that predates capitalism? Or is it about only the modern history of capitalism and like the Marxist response to it? Which one of those is it about? Or is it about both? Sounds interesting. I'll put that in my viewer text file that I have. My viewer suggestion text file that I have now. I have to find the text file. It'll be in here. Okay, I found it. Okay, so Capitalism in History 2011 Cutrone. Okay. Yeah, but let me know which one it is. If it's about the history before capitalism or about the history of capitalism, because those are two very different things. I hope my microphone is coming in. Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, we're looking for... Okay, he gives an overview of bourgeois society, the stages of modes of production of history, it's a bourgeois projection of the past, and how overcoming a society on the basis of labor as such is the prerogative of original Marxists. Okay, so it is kind of about the past, but through the lens of capitalism, for sure. So definitely tilted towards the modern problem, the Marxist problem. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Is there any of do you know if there's any Engels influence in there? I don't think Chris is big on Engels, but I do know that Engels was the guy who really wanted to look at the past. But I don't know if Chris would agree with him on a lot of that. Because I know Engels is kind of like a caricature meme that people like to make fun of for all of that, so I don't know how many people would support his idea of like the stages of production or whatever. And that might be a completely different thing than specifically the bourgeois projection of the past. That does sound like Adorno, though. It does remind me of the little bit I have read of Adorno, so that's interesting. So maybe that's where it's actually coming from. That is something I should understand more, because that's something I've always been more skeptical of in Marxism, is the mode of production. Like, what does that exactly mean? Although when you learn more about what it does mean, it's more compelling. It's not some like class is all that history has ever been. It's more like the organization of society affects its consciousness, which is just kind of like, it seems like a true point, or at least it's a very Hegelian point, that you can't just separate the society from its consciousness and its awareness of itself and its I mean, everything that arises from consciousness, morality, religion, the state, etc. Not much of Engels, but it couldn't be more clear about how and why bourgeois society was the crisis of civilization, how capital is therefore. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a really, sounds like an interesting thing to listen to. Makes sense. I mean, that really does seem to be if there is like the most convincing thing about Chris Cutrone, the thing that he's clearest about, is the idea that bourgeois society is a development, not necessarily in terms of like purely positive, but just a evolution, a next stage of consciousness of society, and that it contradicts itself in capital, which, that point is basically Marxism at its core. But you don't exactly know that that's what Marxism is at its core unless you listen to someone like Chris Cutrone, or read Marx, maybe. But in my experience, I don't find many Marxists who are clear about that, as clear as they should. I mean, maybe that's my own failing, but yeah. For anyone tuning in, we're just chatting about things right now. But if you have any suggestions, especially challenges, I would love to be challenged. I love being challenged. I love being called a clown and a hack and all of these things. I am a hack, actually. I admit it. I am a hack. So, but I'll argue about it anyway. I'll admit it, but I won't concede it. That's what I'll do. Anyone who's, I don't know if YouTube randomly recommends this. If you have no idea what I'm talking about and you want to learn about something new, let me know. There are no stupid questions here. All questions are legitimate. So, if you want to learn about Marxism, if you want to learn about, I'm not actually like a fully committed Marxist myself, but I am a diplomat. Okay, and I'm kind of a diplomat, so I know what I'm talking about. So let me know if you want to learn. If you want to learn about things, if you want to have a new special interest, because that's what everything is nowadays, just special interests abound. So let me know. Or if you want to talk about AI, we've talked about AI in the past. Or if you want to apologize for being European, this is also a safe space to do that. It might not be a safe space to be proud of being European, but we'll work on that. It's not an unsafe space to be proud of being European, necessarily. But is it a safe space? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. We're just hanging out. I'm still not sure what was happening like a few days ago. I had like I had extra viewers, and I'm still not sure if they were bots or not. So that was a bit concerning. All questions are open. All subjects. There are no banned subjects. Well, there probably are. I'm lying to you. That means my principle is contradicted. So I apologize for that in advance. But, I should watch it right now. Okay, listen. I don't know. You know, I'm already in enough drama, so I don't know if I'm gonna do React content yet. You know, I'm not sure. I haven't crossed the React content Rubicon. But that is interesting. That is an interesting idea. I don't want to scare people away though who are like interested in talking about other things. I don't know how to communicate that I'm okay with people talking about other things in the middle of the stream. Maybe they'll do it anyway because they don't care about they don't care. Okay, I'll think about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm not turning down your idea. What is this? Let me see if I can find it first of all. Capitalism in history. Okay, I have to put his name. My fault. Okay. Marxism and philosophy. This does not. Oh, was it in the UK?
First,
Okay. Well, I can do React content. Honestly, I don't care. I'll be in drama. To the CPGB. Okay. UK. All right. I'm assuming GB in this instance is Great Britain. Oh, the Communist. Interesting. Just straight up the Communist Party of Great Britain. Okay. Okay. Let me open this up. I need a new source. We're gonna do a browser. That's not browser source. Okay, this is horrible. I'm a professional streamer. I've been doing this for a long time. But just bear with me because I've been doing it for so long that there's so much knowledge that I have to filter through in order to Okay. It's been done. Oh, can I just do this too? I can keep playing my game? Oh, that's amazing. Now that is real streaming. Okay. Let's give it a shot. We'll give it a shot. We'll do some React content. But if anyone's in chat, I'm gonna change the title to watching Cutrone talk. Feel free to debate. Ask whatever. Smiley face. This is not a good title, actually. This is a horrible title, but we're going to go with it. Okay. Let's get started.
I'd like to thank the CPGB.
We're going to... Is anyone opposed to watching it on a higher speed? We're going to do a higher speed for... This makes me feel like I'm not stealing content. We'll do 1.5.
Inviting Spencer and me to speak at the Communist University.
We'll start with the 1.2.
What led up to my speaking here today is our invitation to...
Sorry, let me know how the audio levels are.
...convention in Chicago at the end of last April, which Comrade Macnair wrote a series of articles and report on that convention,
really?
The Weekly Worker. And I think
this is real. This is real
nice
communism, guys.
Exchange in the Weekly Worker. And so, basically, I think that one of the things that happened in that exchange was something that Mike commented on in his article, Divided by a Common Language, namely the potential that we would sort of speak past each other in the exchange based on our different use or sort of understanding of common terminology. And so I'm going to, as part of my presentation, address the assumptions and categories that I and others in Platypus work with.
Okay.
And in that respect, I'm going to address the issue of theoretical self-reflection and the potential relationship to practical politics.
Okay.
Somewhat indirectly, through the question of the philosophy of history. And the terms that I'm going to be sort of emphasizing,
turn off my audio in the game.
Putting pressure on, are specifically bourgeois, what is meant by the bourgeois, and specifically the use of that term in the phrase bourgeois society. I think that one of the sort of tricky things that I'm going to be navigating in terms of my self-understanding, my approach to the issues that I'm going to be discussing, is the difficulty and sort of treacherous quality of trying to make what I take to be sort of esoteric content of Marxism explicit and exoteric, and there's always a sort of danger in doing that, in taking dialectical categories that are inherently dialectical in the history of Marxism, and explaining them or defining them and sort of elaborating on their use. And so I think that one of the issues in contention between me and Mike in the exchange and the Weekly Worker, at least from my perspective in terms of the emphasis that I've tried to bring out.
Oh, there was an exchange that I don't know
the
about.
status of the German idealist background for Marx.
Oh boy, this is my territory. I'm excited.
And by German idealist philosophy, you can call it that, I mean, of course, Kant and Hegel. And in that respect, it's not just German idealism in the sense that these were German thinkers, but rather it's modern idealism as opposed to ancient idealist philosophy. And the reason that I say whether we can talk about this as philosophy is that one of the things that I'm going to be talking about is the sort of changed status for something like philosophy in bourgeois society, in modern society. And so there's a question of what I've called in one of my articles to the Weekly Worker, the Kantian revolution in philosophy, whether that means that thinkers like Kant and Hegel, and the degree to which Marx follows them, whether it's really philosophy at all, whether we're talking about philosophy at all. And I'm going to be drawing upon, in my presentation, specifically thinkers that are associated with the sort of point of departure for Frankfurt School critical theory, namely Gerhard Lukács, Karl Korsch, Walter Benjamin, and Theodor Adorno. And
I need to read all those guys more. Yeah, I've read Benjamin's theses on the philosophy of history. I've read like a tiny bit of Adorno, but I don't know much about. I mean, I know about them vaguely, but I haven't really engaged with Lukács or Korsch, and I know that they're very important to Chris. So that's but we'll see. I've heard him talk about them enough that I probably know where he's going with this. But
And I would say that this question of whether this is philosophy or even what the status of this as theory
I'm
is,
stuck in Germany
is
right now.
actually, a big
I
question.
mean, those are
In other words,
Germans too,
I would
anyway.
say these are not these
earlier
thinkers,
Germany.
Lukács, Benjamin, and Adorno are not philosophers, and there's even a question of what's meant by them being theorists. Right? So that's my sort of initial kind of framing for the way I want to talk about this. So why do I think this is important? I think that it bears upon Marxism in the present and the possibility of Marxism in the present with respect to what I take to be sort of blurred, forgotten, and lost horizons of possibility that were crucial and were the sort of underlying assumptions for Marxism at the outset, namely for Marx and Engels themselves, and also for the generation of Marxists that I consider to be crucial in any understanding of the history of Marxism, what I call the second international radicals, namely Lenin, Luxemburg, and Trotsky, that there was a sort of an underlying set of assumptions about the place of capital in history, or bourgeois society in history, that informed their self-understanding of what Marxism was about. And I think that over the course of the 20th century leading up to the present, those original assumptions, those sort of baseline underlying assumptions about history, have been lost, and that this has really disabled Marxism, has disabled...
Good point, makes sense so far.
...understand by Marxism. That those assumptions have subtly gone away. And some categories that we have for addressing that in the history of the literature are from Karl Korsch and Gerhard Lukács, namely vulgar Marxism. Vulgar Marxism. What is vulgar Marxism? Namely, that we have a history of writing from the history of Marxism, in which we have propagandistic pamphlets written by people including Marx and Engels, but also Lenin, Luxemburg, and Trotsky, in which, again, they do not make the esoteric, or what I take to be the esoteric content, always explicit.
Okay, so I actually read the Communist Manifesto. Just for anyone who's here, we're reacting to this Cutrone talk. I'm giving my thoughts on it. But if you have any questions that are completely unrelated or any debate propositions or you want to fight with me, let me know. Everything's open. I'm totally open. But in response to what he's saying here, I actually read the Communist Manifesto like in one setting like a few days ago. I just have never gotten to that because I've never been interested in it, because I understand that it is more propagandistic, and I've always thought it's more interesting to deal with the theory. But I think it is actually important to understand what is unique about the manifesto. What is it really saying? And it's really interesting. It is actually really interesting as its own little document, because there's most of it is very comprehensible through the theoretical terms, but there's also bits of it where you can see that this was something that isn't really Marxist, that Marx himself would disagree with. And I found a text that elaborated on that and agreed with me on those parts. Actually, the text was in the manifesto. I think I think it was from like the English translator, like the original English translator of the manifesto. So it was someone who actually had worked with Marx and was part of the party, I think, who basically agreed that certain parts relating to like the policies they would support, like progressive taxation, and some of the political movements they would support, it basically said these were very like contemporary. We've already like these were we've overcome these, and you can see this, and they explicitly say like you can see this in the Paris Commune writings. Um, and so that was really interesting. Yeah, so I read the manifesto, and yeah, there's a lot there. Um, but like he's saying, if you're not aware of the theoretical background, um, then you're not going to get it there either. You could easily be led to thinking different things about what Marxism is if that was the only thing you read. So it's not so much that the manifesto is like lying for propagandistic purposes. It's just more so that it's just not making the same argument. Okay, specter hunting. I will add that to my suggestions list here. But yeah, so I can see what he's saying here. I just wanted to make that note because I actually have read it and I found that interesting, and I could say some more about that, but let's keep watching.
Esoteric, and rather it's a matter of sort of gleaning it from their published writings and the writings that most people refer to, which shouldn't be such a tricky exegetical sort of task in terms of figuring out this content, but ends up being because of course these were not Luxemburg and Lenin and Trotsky. They didn't write philosophical treatises. They didn't write theoretical texts, and so I'm taking very seriously the idea that Lukács had of trying to give an account of the theory that Luxemburg and Lenin had in common, trying to bring out the internal coherence of these Marxists' thought and self-understanding. So the handout that I've given is a selection from Marx's Grundrisse, which is of course itself a rather esoteric text, or a text that wasn't necessarily available, for instance, to Lenin, Luxemburg, and Trotsky. At least not to the first two, because it was sort of discovered and published later. I want to go through the.
I actually, I'm sorry if I'm pausing too much. I haven't figured out the React content style, mostly because I've never done it before. I don't remember. I remember that the Grundrisse was revealed later, like they found it later and published it later, but I don't remember exactly what it was about. I have forgotten that. So it is about political economy. Okay, so it's very much like about political economy. It's like a new version of some of the early Marx writings that I'm familiar with. Okay, something of that sort. Okay.
I have sort of two versions of the key part of the quotation from the Grundrisse. The first is just to sort of indicate where this is coming from. Is a version of the quotation that I first myself came across in Juliet Mitchell's essay in New Left Review from 1966, Women the Longest Revolution. It's given slightly differently in the version from the Grundrisse below, and so I'm just sort of flagging it. I'm going to read from the published version of Marx's Grundrisse rather than from Juliet Mitchell's quoted version. Okay. There's just one word in Juliet Mitchell's version that is significantly changed, and that's progress. The way she rendered it was what is progress, and in the longer quotations, what is evolution. So there's a little bit.
Oh my God, he's mentioning the word distinction I just made earlier.
It's the same.
That's crazy.
So this is Marx.
Might be a different context, but
the ancient conception in which man always appears, in however narrowly national, religious, or political a definition, as the aim of production, seems very much more exalted than in the modern world, in which production is the aim of man, and wealth the aim of production. In fact, however, when the narrow bourgeois form has been peeled away, what is wealth if not the universality of needs, capacities, enjoyments, productive powers, etc., of individuals, produced in universal exchange? What, if not the full development of human control over the forces of nature, those of his own nature, as well as those of so-called nature? What, if not the absolute elaboration of his creative dispositions, without any preconditions, other than antecedent historical evolution, which make the totality of this evolution, i.e. the evolution of all human powers as such, unmeasured by any previously established yardstick, an end in itself? What is this, if not a situation where man does not reproduce in any determined form, but produces his totality, where he does not seek to remain something formed by the past, but is in the absolute movement of becoming? In bourgeois political economy, and in the epoch of production to which it corresponds, this complete elaboration of what lies within man appears as the total alienation and the destruction of all fixed, one-sided purposes as the sacrifice of the end in itself to a wholly external compulsion. Hence, in one way, the childlike world of the ancients appears to be superior. And this is so, insofar as we seek for closed shape, form, and established limitation. The ancients provide a narrow satisfaction, whereas the modern world leaves us unsatisfied, or where it appears to be satisfied with itself is vulgar and mean.
Okay, so I'm going to respond to that quote before he does. I meant, could you turn the volume of the YouTube? Yeah, I did do that, but I don't. Maybe I didn't do it enough here. I won't be talking over it too much, but okay. Yeah, rough draft to capital. Background notes, okay. Yeah, so responding to that quote there, so yeah, very much that quote is a really good elaboration of what I was mentioning earlier, and kind of like the point of definitely what Chris is trying to say about Marxism, which is that modern society really is a complete. Marx is basically saying capitalism is everything people say it is. I mean, it really completely restructures society, opens up immense possibility. We conquer nature, we find ourselves. I mean, it really is all these things. But at the same time, there's alienation built into capitalism, which leads to the dissatisfaction with capitalism and with the modern world. And in some sense, that's why people can look back on the past and long for the past. And because they had, like he says, narrow satisfaction, of course, meaning that they had a narrow world, a narrow consciousness. I was just reading Hegel's philosophy of history, and he talks about Egypt, and Egypt was very much had a narrow, satisfied, reflective consciousness, but it was very much restricted in this way, where they weren't able to overcome as much as they constantly struggled up against it. So, yeah, so we could maybe prefer that narrow satisfaction, but ultimately, that's insufficient. The task is not to go back to that narrow satisfaction. We really need to understand the contradiction in capitalism and go beyond it, not backward. In some way, he's, you could say he's predicting Heidegger here, because, obviously Heidegger, is, he really likes going back. From the Romanticist and Orientalist historical take, that story works. Yeah, I'd be curious to hear what you mean by that. Yeah, because I am skeptical of Hegel's view of... Yeah, this is a whole separate conversation. So I brought this up in previous live stream. In my previous live stream about Hegel's philosophy of history. I don't think it's so much that it's culturally inflected. I don't think that's the problem. I think at times Hegel can come off that way, biased. He definitely comes off that way very strongly. So I agree with you that he comes off that way. But I think the larger problem for me is the philosophical grounding that he's using to make those assumptions. And I think it's one of the biggest problems I have with Hegel's philosophy relating to history is that he makes those conclusions about the nature of consciousness in the East. And it's not so much that I read that and I say, oh, that sounds racist, or that's like biased, or Orientalist, or whatever. My bigger concern is that true? And what is wrong with his philosophy that would make him make those just so stories about the East? Because I think there's bits of truth there. I'm not content to just say, oh, he's culturally Western. Yeah, he outright demeans Asian art as a counterpoint to good art. Yeah, so again, I think the question we really have to ask here, it's the presupposition grounded in particular presented as a universal. Yeah, I mean, that might be one way of putting it. I mean that's kind of what I was saying, is that I'm skeptical of the way he applies his framework to this particular case, because it feels like a just so story where you could easily write a completely different story. So I am worried about that. So I really do want to complete reading his philosophy of history because I'm really interested in that. And I do consider it a weakness. And if I do get to talk to some Hegel scholars, which I'm working on, I would like to ask them about that. I'd be happy to talk about this more, but let's, if you want to keep if you want to post like longer thoughts about that, I'll respond to it. We'll keep going with the video, but if you want to post like a longer elaboration of what you think about that, I'd be happy to talk about it a bit more. But yeah, let's watch a bit more.
Just to, tease out some things. In the very first sentence, Marx is establishing a distinction between ancient humanity and modern humanity. For ancient humanity, man is the aim of production. In other words, all the practices that humans engage in are aimed at producing humanity in a certain form. Whereas in the modern world, production is the aim of humanity. And for Marx, that means that this is open-ended in a way that it wasn't for the ancients. And that gives our condition an unsatisfied, restless quality. Right? We are dissatisfied with our condition in a way that the ancients were not. This is key because what Marx is drawing upon here is in fact something thematized very strongly in the German idealist tradition, going back to Rousseau, in fact, in the mid-18th century. And that's the distinction between freedom in the modern sense and freedom in the ancient sense.
Oh, right.
Freedom in the ancient sense is freedom to be, freedom to exist in integral being, to be what you are, right? So to not be conquered and enslaved by another people, right? To not suffer harm to your integral being, but rather to be Spartan or Athenian or Jewish, although that category didn't exist back then, right? In terms of the sort of ancient literature and ancient scripture, that's what it meant to be free, to be what you are. Whereas for moderns, our freedom is not to be what we are, but rather to be able to transcend what we are, to become, right? And this, I'm going to be using this board a little bit. This will be my first set of categories that I want to put up, which is specifically distinction, but also relation between being and becoming. And in the modern idealist language, this refers to the distinction and the relation between what is versus what ought to be. Right? The is and the ought, in terms of Kant and Hegel. What is versus what ought to be, what could be and what should be, versus what is. Right? Or, to elaborate it in slightly different form, the given and the new, right? What's given versus what's new. And in Hegel...
My understanding, and maybe he's about to say this, so if I'm interrupting him in advance, I'm sorry. My understanding is that becoming is more about constant change. So it's not necessarily about the ought of what something should be, but rather the fact that that thing is constantly becoming itself and changing. And so the ought of that thing is going to be constantly changing. There's not like a single determination of what that thing ought to be. But maybe that's what he's about to say about Hegel. So, have you read The Dawn of Everything? No, absolutely not. But I will write that down as well.
As well as in Kant. But in Hegel, this is nature and spirit.
Actually, is that
So you have a dialect.
is that like an anti-Rousseau one where I've heard of the argument that Rousseau is like the demon of history because he's like I don't know, it's like he's like materialistic, statifies everything, and that's like the end of history or something like that. I've heard that that could be completely different than that book though. I'm just saying I've heard that argument, but otherwise no, I have no idea.
Dialectic of being and becoming, the dialectic of nature and spirit. Nature, using this sort of connotation in German as opposed to in English, is everything that we're born into. It's history, it's culture, as well as physical nature. Right? It's everything that is, everything that's given to us. Versus what is in the process of becoming, what's emergent, what could be, what should be, what ought to be, is what spirit refers to. Right? So you have a dialectic of being and becoming, a dialectic of nature and spirit, in which spirit is the emergent and the new, and nature is the given, and to put a finer point on it, the ever-same. The ever-same. The ever-same. Yeah.
Okay, we got British people in here. Okay. Actually, let me look up that book really quick. Oh, it's Graeber. Oh, interesting. Oh boy. This sounds like it would upset me very much. Okay, but maybe I should read it because of that. So, okay. Interesting.
Right. So the question then is, how do we understand bourgeois society with respect to this dialectic of being and becoming? And so for this, I'm going to erase this board and move on to the next set of categories, namely the historical categories. I think that there's a lot of actual discussion in the Weekly Worker with respect to the post-Neolithic condition of humanity, right? The post-Neolithic revolution condition of humanity with respect to the earlier period and a potential overcoming of the Neolithic condition. So the Paleolithic, the post-Neolithic, and then potentially a sort of really post-Neolithic condition. And I'd like to sort of address that because I think that one of the differences, perhaps, but also one of the points of contact, is with respect to how one imagines this history. And so rather than discussing the Paleolithic, I know there's a lot of discussion of the human revolution in terms of the Paleolithic revolution. I'm really going to start my narrative rather with the history of civilization. Right? So the sort of 10,000 BC moment.
Yeah, text I don't agree with. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think so. I'd like to think that I always like to think that I take up my opponents on good faith and on their truth. Sometimes I'll dismiss something, but in my conception, I'm dismissing it on its own terms, not, depriving it of its purpose, its point, because that kind of bad faith is not good, not enjoyable. So
the Neolithic or agricultural revolution, in which, right, this sort of, from our perspective, the first major transformation of humanity with respect to civilization takes place, and that's the movement from the essential condition of humanity, being nomadic hunter-gatherers, to peasants, to settled agriculturalists. Right? So the agricultural revolution changes the basic condition of humanity from nomadic hunter-gatherer to settled agriculturalists or peasants. And that the history of civilization can be understood, in one respect, as the history of a traditional civilization pastoral life based essentially on a peasant way of life. So that even in terms of the kind of classical history, like when we think about the Old Testament, like sort of scriptural history, we get a view of Egypt, right, from the standpoint of the ancient Jews with respect to their enslavement in Egypt. But of course, the sort of mute background for that story is the mass of peasants in the Nile River Valley who are the real basis of that society. In other words, that society wasn't based on the labor of the slaves. It was based on the mode of production of the peasants. Traditional civilization, in this respect, with the Neolithic Revolution, we could call it the transformation of humanity, but also the crisis of humanity. Right, one of the first major.
Yeah, this seems like, so I was mentioning earlier my skepticism. Anyone, just to remind everyone, we're watching a Chris Cutrone talk about the history of Marxism, the history of mode of production, and all of that good stuff. I'm reacting to it live. If you have any questions, any concerns, even if they're completely unrelated to the video, let me know. I'm all good on pausing it and addressing those. Here is directly contradicted. Yeah, so my understanding of that text, based on the small blurb I read, is that text is really saying that the Enlightenment presupposes this civilizational state-governed thing, which Chris is really talking about here. And, that text would say that's kind of a presupposition that Rousseau came up with and a lot of Enlightenment thinkers built on. And if you discard all of that, then you would end up in a very different place. So I can see that. But I was saying earlier that I'm skeptical of kind of the mode of production emphasis, at least in like a strawmanned form. But this seems like undeniable to me, that there has to be some kind of discussion about how humanity changes when it becomes civilizational. You probably can't. I'm very much the kind to say that humanity doesn't change fundamentally. It just kind of like manifests in different forms. So I'm not really big on the idea of revolution or revolutionizing society. Not in terms of like I don't want it to happen, but in terms of like skeptical that it has happened. But this would be a point where it does seem pretty undeniable. There's a very strong case here for, human society just completely changed, completely and utterly changed at this point. Um, so yeah, I'll just note that there, but we'll see how it develops.
The first major crisis of humanity with respect to our own present standpoint.
Because now we've got a crisis.
Traditional civilization, of course, the modern period is about the breakdown of traditional civilization. And over the past several hundred years, the rise of bourgeois society. Now, this is the category that I want to put pressure on in terms of my own assumptions with respect to this change. The rise of bourgeois society, in the way that I understand it, is the replacement of a human community based on a peasant way of life by a new form of human community, really the rise of society per se, bourgeois society, bourgeois in the literal sense of the term, meaning urban space, in which the essential condition of humanity goes from being predominantly the condition of the peasants, rather to the condition of the workers. In other words, peasant way of life is broken down. The entire civilizational structure of this way of life based on the peasantry, which is, of course, a caste system, breaks down in favor of a society based on the condition of the workers. And so we have pastoral or rural peasants as the essential condition of humanity being replaced by urban workers. And of course, it's only in the late 20th century that it literally becomes the case that the majority of human beings give up a peasant way of life in favor of an urban way of life.
This note on urban is really important. Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with that, but I'd be interested to hear what you think. I was going to make a note. So I'm sure you've all heard of Francis Fukuyama, famous for the End of History book. So I read years ago. I read some texts that he wrote about political order and political decay, and it was really about a defense of the liberal state, about the emergence of this liberal state. Connecting it to the history of the state per se. So connecting it to the history of the empire in China, connecting it to the history of India even, connecting it to the history of the entire world, and exploring how the state kind of develops and coalesces into this like liberal thing. And one of the arguments he makes in that book, and I'm sure this argument has been made elsewhere many places, but one of the things he talks about is how there's kind of like a Malthusian trap. And he basically says the Malthusian trap like existed, but it was replaced once the middle class emerged. Once you had a different class of people, once you had the Industrial Revolution, once you had these classes emerge, modern society, then they were able to excel production in such a way that society fundamentally changed. And this is one of his arguments for explaining why the modern liberal democracy emerged. So this seems to have some overlap with what Chris is talking about here. And, Chris is obviously emphasizing on the worker, whereas Fukuyama would emphasize more on the middle class, I imagine, like lawyers and the bourgeois themselves, rather than the workers making it possible. And so he finds this to be an explanation for the emergence of the liberal state. And so that's interesting, that point of contact between them there, I think, is interesting. Bourgeois, but it's basically just intended to say a condition. Right, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. That's a good point. Yeah, bourgeois, yeah. You have to completely discard any idea that bourgeois is like rich aristocrats or something. Like, no, bourgeois is... When I think of bourgeois, I really think of like some lawyer Democrats who really like liberal constitutions, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about. But yeah, okay, let's continue.
Although very paradoxically, because we have the rise of slum cities, right? And so it's an urban way of life as opposed to a rural pastoral way of life. But whether or not this means actually achieving the status of bourgeois society, in the sense of people being wage laborers, workers, is very much unclear. What they are is potential workers. Now, I want to sort of emphasize this change that takes place between traditional civilization and bourgeois society, because it's massive and it involves something more than just an economic change. Right? There's something very specific about even conceiving of this history, this longue durée history going back to 10,000 BC, in the way that I'm laying it out. In other words, to regard the history of humanity in terms of the history of modes of production. Or in other words, what sense does it make to refer to pre-Neolithic revolution human community as one?
So I want to make this point in advance, and again, I apologize if anyone is frustrated by my interruptions. So it seems like the direction he's going in here is that there's something about viewing history in this way, which is relative to the bourgeois epoch, right? It's not an eternal truth that viewing society through the modes of production in some like vulgar Marxist sense, like the modes of production is the only thing that ever matters about historical development. It's actually a relative thing. And this relates to something I've heard him say many times about the part in the Communist Manifesto, which again I read recently, where Marx says the history of the preceding history is the history of class struggle, basically. Not a direct quote, but something like that. And so what Chris argues, and this is relating to where I think he's going with this, what Chris argues is that the point of that statement is not to say that all history is class struggle, but actually to say that the history of our history, our present standpoint, is based on class struggle. From our current standpoint and our current task, it's about class struggle. So I've heard him make this point. I think that's where he's going. I'm not sure I agree with that, though. I'm not sure I agree that that's what Marx meant. When I read that part, it seems to me, based on context of the text, it really reads to me more like Marx is really making a simplistic point that all history is about class struggle. And the reason is that he goes on to talk about Roman slaves and this and that. Now, of course, you could still make an argument about Roman slaves and say that we're only talking about Roman slaves because of our current historical needs and all of that. And obviously, Marx isn't going to make the whole Hegelian historical point in this text. But I guess I hasn't been. I'm not convinced totally that that's what Marx meant by that. I don't know where the context is to know for sure that that's like the necessary Hegelian point. So I'm not sure about that. But that I know that that's where Chris is going. Yeah, no, I know. I covered that earlier. I mentioned that earlier that I know that the manifesto was provocative. My point is more so like I don't think that Marx was making that point, and so I don't know where the evidence is that Marx made that. Maybe he makes that point explicitly somewhere else, where he says, the class struggle is only so relevant to us because of our current perspective. So I'm not sure where that comes from, but maybe he'll elaborate it more here. Maybe this will be another case of talking too soon, but we'll see.
Hunter-gatherers, right? That doesn't really relate to their own self-conception. Right? In other words, human self-conception wouldn't have been, oh, we're the hunter-gatherers. Right? Neither would have been the case in traditional civilization that the self-understanding of this human community would have been, oh, we're peasants and those who exploit the labor of the peasants, namely the priests and the warrior caste, right? The dominant castes of traditional civilization. In fact, the peasants, in a sense, didn't count, right? They're the massive commoners, right? They are, those who don't understand the divine, the unwashed masses, or they're those without honor, right? From the standpoint of the first estate and the second estate, the mass of the third estate, the peasants, for most of this history, don't really count in terms of the essential human community. So in Europe, the essential human community was Christendom, right? First estate, of course, the priestly caste, and the second estate, the warrior caste, the aristocracy. Those who, by the grace of God, are defenders of the faith, because you've got to do something with these people. So you anoint them and say they're the defenders of Christendom. But again, right, what we have here is a self-understanding in which it wouldn't have been understood that the essence of this human community was the peasant way of life or the agricultural mode of production. Right? This doesn't correspond to the self-understanding of people in that epoch, these many thousands of years at all. This breaks down, and the breakdown of this allows for the rise of bourgeois society. And I want to sort of emphasize the multifarious aspect of this breakdown because it bears on the larger argument that I'm making. Namely, this is not merely an economic transformation in which people go from producing agriculturally to producing as workers in the sort of manufacturing, later industrial process. But rather, it's a revolution, we could say, in all the various aspects of human life. Namely, it is an economic transformation, but it's also a religious and cultural transformation. Namely, it involves the transformation of Christendom in Europe, the Protestant Reformation, the first heresy that's not put down, essentially, which spells the end of Christendom, essentially, the end of religion as it had been practiced for thousands of years. It's economic, religious, and cultural. It's political. It involves a transformation in, and we might even say the emergence of, politics. It's also philosophical, right, in the sense of the philosophical enlightenment. It's technical and scientific, the scientific revolution. And also involves other fundamental practices, such as art. Right. And there's a Hegelian way of talking about this that I think that Marx appropriates. Namely, this idea that it's in bourgeois society, it's as a function of this manifold transformation, that these different domains of human life, human practices, attain to their concept. In other words, become themselves. Right? Going back to my earlier set of categories of being and becoming. In other words, that it almost makes no sense to talk about the economy of traditional civilization. Right? That the rise of bourgeois society is the rise of the economy, per se. Similarly, politics. Right? Was there politics in European Christendom, for example? Right? In the way that we understand the concept of politics. Right? Or rather, do we have the emergence of politics? Philosophy, that's another good one. In other words, philosophy would appear to be the love of thinking, systematic thought, would appear to have a history of thousands of years. But in another respect, it only attains to its concept, becomes itself, with bourgeois society. Similarly, science. Right? How do we understand ancient practices? Are they a primitive form of science? Or are they something else? Is there a qualitative transformation involved in the scientific revolution, which amounts to the emergence of science per se? Art is another example. I'm an art history professor, so this is an area that's sort of dear to me. Namely, art. Does art exist before bourgeois society? Right? Certainly, there's a history of art prior to bourgeois society, but isn't that the appropriation of past practices to a modern conception of art? In other words, that we project back from the present a history of art, going back to cave drawings. Right? Even though, especially in terms of human self-understanding, there's almost no relationship between what ancient peoples did and what we do in terms of aesthetic objectification. And what an artist thinks that they're doing now is very different from what an artist or someone engaged in aesthetic objectification did in the past. And so all of these domains appear to emerge, become themselves, attain to their concept only in the modern era.
Okay, let me check chat. Also good to consider that different localities develop their forms of bourgeois cultures in their own moments and not synchronized in this kind of unified moment. I think, so this actually reminds me, so I want to make a few points here. So specifically regarding that comment in chat about in this unified moment. So Vivek Chibber, for those of you who know who that is, he's like a Marxist. He's concerned with he's concerned with Indian history. He's Indian. He grew up in India and moved to America. And so he's concerned with the Marxist ideas on Indian history. He's concerned with Marxism itself, of course. And he made a book basically decrying a lot of the post-colonial trends in the discourse relating to Indian history, subaltern history, especially, which was led by Indian historians and had a particular form in Indian academia. And basically, in that book, he made an argument that there was a universalizing aspect to capitalism and bourgeois society. That these Indian historians were kind of talking about a localized development within the context of India, and he was rejecting that because he says that ends up missing the point of what Marxism is supposed to be about, which is about this sociological, this true revolution in society, rather than this sort of like localized thing, this localized story. And he felt that the Marxism, the true point of Marxism, the true point of understanding capitalism through a Marxist perspective, was lost in their desire to understand the particularities of India. And so that was like a whole debate. I read a whole book of articles and essays with these academics arguing with each other. But that reminds me of that, because when you say that localities went through their own process, that sounds similar to what the subalternists would have said. Whereas Vivek Chibber would say, when you say that, you're kind of muddying the waters, and you're kind of leaving room for kind of a nationalist conception of like a country's own history. And you might be missing the point of Marxism and what exactly it means to say bourgeois culture, because no bourgeois country went through an instant development, but that's the point. There's a universalizing force of capital that, while it doesn't uniformly affect every society the same way, it nonetheless is a universal force that we can understand universally. We don't necessarily have to talk excessively about this local context. Okay, that's a very polemical response, that he doesn't understand history, but I do think it's important to note that difference for people in the audience. Myself, I do think I'm more sympathetic to his side of the argument, but I do understand that there's some problems with it. But I generally am more sympathetic to his side of the argument. But I don't know if we want to get too bogged down into that. The other point I was going to make, this is another huge another huge subject. So Chris here is talking about the idea that very Hegelian idea that these concepts, these categories, did not attain their own true purpose in the modern sense. They didn't attain what we would consider to be their true nature until the modern age. That if we look at previous times, we're really assigning our own presuppositions about what they ought to be, and we're not really understanding them on their own terms. Okay, so this is something I actually think about a lot. It's actually something that I've thought about for a long time, way before Marxism and way before Hegel. It's just something I've naturally thought about. And I'm split on it. Because in one sense, I do understand what he's saying. I do understand how society changes and is revolutionized and completely redefines what these terms mean. But in the other sense, I think we're at danger of missing something about humanity and even history when we say that previous categories had nothing in common, right? So when we say that politics wasn't practiced in the ancient world or in the medieval world, in the sense that politics is this accountability to society, like voting and the estates and all of this, sure, that didn't exist. But I think politics as a way of organizing a state, organizing a population, responding to pressures, worrying about how power is managed and controlled, how power manifests itself, how civil society is present to the degree that it can be responded to, how states interact with each other, how political conflicts are settled. All of this seems to me categories that we can look at historically, and we can assign them the category of politics. And these go back all throughout history, and it seems to me that they have a significant overlap, that we risk losing some of the nuance there. We risk losing some of that when we make this point about how these concepts didn't attain their full force until the modern era. In a sense, we risk what is exactly being warned against, because what he's warning against is applying our modern conception to the past. In a sense, he is actually applying the modern conception to the past by making that distinction so heavily in the first place. Because yeah, I mean, by saying that there's such a huge gap between our current standpoint and the past, he's presupposing the modern world while trying to avoid that. I'm repeating myself, but just to make sure that point is understood. Yeah, I think you meant Forbach, unless you're talking about someone else. Haven't read that, but I have read the Walter Benjamin Philosophy of History, and that was really interesting. I do think that has a lot of relevance here. Um, I've read like a compilation of Jameson lectures on French theory, but I haven't read that. I know which text you're talking about. I haven't read it. That's like his like main famous text, so I haven't looked at that. But I'm interested to hear what he has to say about that. And then I think he would say that the grasp. Oh, different person. Okay, I'll have to write that down too. Um, I think he would say that the grasp is in the tedious connection between the two. Not that they aren't totally related, but that to lean too heavily in either direction would be too one-sided. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I think that is kind of what I'm saying too, is that we have to understand like how both of these are related to each other. Um, yeah, maybe I'd be concerned that he's not holding that distinction. He was leaning too far into one side, maybe. Wrote Mimesis, I don't know, whatever. Discussions how literature represents the reality of the cultures that produce them. Interesting. Okay, I've got that written down. You'll just have to finish the presentation. Well, listen, okay, I'm allowed to comment and react to it, okay? Listen, if you want to watch it on your own, you can watch it on your own. Okay, you do that. But anyway, no, I appreciate you. My favorite chatter. Okay, here we go.
They don't really apply. Now, of course, we have some interesting paradoxes with respect to this, namely classical antiquity. Right? In other words, we owe a lot of these categories to classical antiquity. The economy, politics, art, science, right? These are terms that are used in classical antiquity. And so there's a question. Didn't these practices pre-exist modernity?
Exactly.
What I would raise is the question of what makes classical antiquity classical. In other words, what makes us select out of the manifold and various multifarious practices of the ancient world, select these as precursors to our own practices. Right? What makes them classical? Because certainly, for many generations of traditional civilizations, this thought would not have been considered classical in any sense. In other words, it would have been considered pagan thought, heathen thought. It would have been considered pre-enlightenment, in fact.
Oh, I see.
In other words, before people had heard the word of Christ, before they had found salvation through Christ. That's when people were.
So you didn't mention the word before Christ?
No, Christ.
Okay, I've gotten like, guys, listen, I've got to be honest with you. I have to, in all seriousness, I should suppress this part of me because I'm a very serious academic individual streamer here. But I've gotten like way too many. I've gotten memed into just finding British accents really funny. Okay, I was in France on vacation, and like I've never left the country, and when I heard a British accent in real life, it blew my mind. You may be thinking, you were in France, weren't there all kinds of different accents? Exactly. Blew my mind. I was like, that's a British accent in real life. Anyway, just listen, no judgment, okay? This is a judgment-free zone. We continue.
Yeah, they hadn't heard the word of Christ, and so, God knows what those people were doing. Now, this bears on the question of being and becoming in a particular sense that I want to sort of speak to. I mentioned religion. This is another sort of controversial sort of domain in terms of thinking about traditional civilization and bourgeois society, especially from the standpoint of looking back in the present and what's the status of religion. In a sense, traditional civilization could be understood as religion. In other words, it's a caste system, but also it's fundamentally religion. In other words, it's not simply what people believe, right? But it's, in a sense, the unity of theory and practice, if we were to use that kind of language. Right? It's a meaningful way of life, which again, right, in the European case, right, the self-understanding would not have been, oh, we are, a peasant mode of production. Rather, this is Christendom. Right? We are those who have heard the word and have found spiritual salvation. Religion, in this respect, so in some of these domains, we're talking about practices that attain to their concept only in modernity. That's in the way that I'm approaching this. But with religion, we're talking about something a little bit more complicated, because, in fact, philosophy, science, art, even we might say politics, was religion. And religion transforms, breaks down, and becomes these different domains of practice. In other words, religion becomes science, philosophy, art, and remains as religion, but in a much attenuated form. Namely, now it's what people believe. Right? In other words, what do you believe about divinity? Not what it was, which was a comprehensive cosmology, a cosmos that people inhabited in traditional civilization. And Marx uses the term cosmos to refer to bourgeois society. He calls bourgeois society a cosmos. Right? In other words, traditional civilization was a cosmos.
In other words, modern society is the MCU, as opposed to, the pre-MCU superhero movies. That's what he's describing here, in case you're lost.
Sense of religion as an all-encompassing way of understanding practice and life. In bourgeois society, right, religion is no longer that. Religion becomes rather an attenuated version of itself. It's not a all-encompassing, unified cosmology, but rather that cosmology, according to Marx, is bourgeois society. In other words, there's a bourgeois cosmos. This is the phrase that he uses. I think it's in The Class Struggles in France. He talks about how England is the demiurge of the bourgeois cosmos. And he chooses his words carefully.
That is a sick phrase right there. I feel like I've read that before, and it didn't sink in how amazing that phrase was. My bad, guys. I got a good writer. I like Marx. Marx was a good writer, guys. He was.
The demiurge.
He was interesting fellow.
Of the bourgeois cosmos. And so what we're dealing with here, and that I want to emphasize, is that the breakdown of traditional civilization and the rise of bourgeois society is a qualitative transformation in humanity. Right, in what it means to be human, in human life. It's a qualitative change in our cosmos. And so that raises some questions that I also want to underscore. Namely, how do we understand this transformation? And I guess in that respect, one of the points of discussion in the exchange between Comrade Macnair and myself has been the issue of continuity and change. In other words, if we talk about transformation, we're talking about two things simultaneously, continuity and change. What I want to emphasize is not simply the break, right, the change, but rather the transformation as a qualitative transformation. In other words, it's a substantive transformation. The substance of humanity has changed. And that's what I'm trying to indicate here by talking about the self-understanding of traditional civilization as religion as a cosmos, that there's something substantive about this transformation. In this respect, I think that the underlying assumption of Marxism, of Marx's own thought, and of many who followed him, was that bourgeois society represented a qualitative transformation on the order of magnitude of the Neolithic Revolution. That this is what the category of primitive communism refers to, for example, right? Drawing that sort of demarcation in history, referring to the pre-agricultural revolution form of humanity as primitive communism. Or what Rousseau, in the 18th century, described as the state of nature, and described as a condition that you can see represented in some fashion by, and this isn't his expression, or rather it's a related category, the noble savage. In other words, those who are closer to a state of nature. But closer to a state of nature in what respect? Closer to the original potentiality of humanity. In other words, the kind of unlimited potential for becoming of humanity. And Rousseau was explicit in saying that in invoking this, he was merely engaged in a thought experiment, that the state of nature may not have ever existed, and that he was engaged in a thought experiment precisely in order to bring into critical relief present society. In other words, the category of state of nature was not a literal past, but rather was a thought experiment in order to allow us to denaturalize and recognize critically present society, which he saw as the product of thousands of years of history, the history of civilization. This brings me around to the point with Marx. In other words, what's the point of saying that the emergence of bourgeois society is a change on the order of magnitude of the Neolithic Revolution? Earlier I said that the Neolithic Revolution represents, in a sense, a crisis of humanity. Rousseau, of course, is the characteristic thinker with respect to this in the 18th century. Namely, was this change good for humans or not? Right? This is a fundamental ambivalence that the emergence of bourgeois society casts the history of civilization in a particular light, such that one could regret the entire history of civilization in a certain respect, right, as a sort of fall from grace, a kind of diversion from the original potential of humanity. Right. In so doing, what Rousseau is registering, and I think that thinkers like Kant and Hegel were following Rousseau on this, and Marx was also following Rousseau on this, that bourgeois society cast behind it a fundamentally ambivalent view of the history of civilization because it itself was a crisis of that civilization. The bourgeois society is the crisis not of humanity, which we can kind of put back to the rise of civilization, but rather the crisis of civilization. And the question about bourgeois society in terms of the Marxist view is, what is the significance of bourgeois society in history? And the fundamental ambiguous character of the place of bourgeois society in history, namely that it can appear in two very radically different respects. It can appear as the culmination of civilization, the perfection of civilization, the perfection of the rule of man by man, right? The perfection of enslavement, this is the kind of language that Rousseau used, the perfection of civilization, or the possibility for something else, the possibility for
And this is where I was mentioning Fukuyama, and so Fukuyama would very much be upholding the idea that bourgeois society is the culmination of civilization, society, whereas obviously the Marxist perspective says no, this is a problem, this is something to overcome, this is a question and an unanswered game, something like that. But yeah, there we go. That's my end of that.
A humanity beyond the history of civilization. In other words, bourgeois society occupies the ambivalent position of being the culmination of civilization and the beginning of a post-civilizational form of humanity. For Marx, this is indicated very specifically as a characteristic of the history of the 19th century. So we have Rousseau in the 18th century, who's registering the effects of several hundred years of the emergence of bourgeois society, the crisis of traditional civilization. But when Marx was writing in the 19th century, there's rather a different question being posed. We might say that Marx specified this ambivalent character of bourgeois society as both the culmination of the history of civilization and pointing beyond it to something new, to another qualitative change. And for Marx, and you can see this in the manifesto, but you can also see it in Engels' writings in 1847 and late 1847, that was sort of the first drafts of the Communist Manifesto. The Industrial Revolution, right, puts a finer point on bourgeois society as the crisis of civilization. And the reason for this is that the Industrial Revolution throws the character of bourgeois society as a society based on the condition of the urban working class into crisis, doubt, etc. What is the future of this form of society? For Marx, the Industrial Revolution is, in a sense, the culmination of bourgeois society and the possibility of going beyond bourgeois society. So there's a historical change that Marx himself is looking back on, it's a recent contemporary change, and is living through, namely the transformation and crisis of bourgeois society itself. In other words, if bourgeois society was the crisis of civilization, then the Industrial Revolution was the crisis of bourgeois society. And this is where Marx uses the term capital to refer to bourgeois society in crisis.
Capital.
Capital is bourgeois society in crisis. In other words, what's the point of calling it capital? Like, what's the point of writing a book called Capital? Right. Capital is about the self-contradiction and crisis of the bourgeois cosmos. Right? And he has his term for this, it's referred to it as capital. That we no longer live in bourgeois society the way people, since the Renaissance and the Reformation, from the early modern period, lived in bourgeois society as an emergent form of society. That for Marx, we no longer simply live in bourgeois society, but rather we live in capital. Right? And this is a deliberately estranging, alienating, kind of reified term, right? To say it's not bourgeois society, it's capital. It's bourgeois society become alienated from itself? And this is something that Spencer will talk about on Thursday. But namely, that all the categories of self-understanding of bourgeois society appear to be reversed in their meaning, right? And so I want to sort of end on this specific issue of the self-understanding of bourgeois society in relationship to classical antiquity. So I mentioned all of these categories, many of which have roots in classical antiquity in terms of categories of self-understanding of the human condition. So of course for Aristotle, right, human nature is captured by the phrase zoon poiek. In other words, what are humans? We are animals that create our own communities. Right? We can create our own polis. We can create a community based on our own values. And so we're the animals that are political. Political in what sense? In the sense that we form communities based on values that we create. So the zoon politikon was a sort of term from classical antiquity that seems to have a purchase again in bourgeois society. Right? In other words, humanity is free, the degree to which it's free to create a community of its own values, of its own value system, a value system of its own creation. Not a value system divinely ordered, as in the religious cosmology. So the question is, what is the value of the community that we've created for ourselves in bourgeois society? What has become of the zoon politikon in bourgeois society? Well, zoon politikon in bourgeois society is rather homo faber and homo economicus. In other words, what are we? We're not merely the animals that create a community of our own value system, but rather we are the creatures that create a community of our own value system, where the highest value is productivity, producing. We make the world and we make ourselves, and we do so with efficiency, homo faber, homo economicus. Right? That now, the history of humanity casts back from bourgeois society a conception like that which Marx discusses in terms of mode of production. Namely, it's from the standpoint of bourgeois society that ancient peoples, traditional civilization, what are they? They are the people who toil in ignorance. They're the people who are less productive, who are less efficient. Right? Regardless of the fact that production and efficiency have no bearing on the self-understanding of humanity for thousands of years. Right? Like I said earlier, it only is from the standpoint of bourgeois society that we can talk about traditional civilization as being a peasant-based society, or that we can talk about a Neolithic revolution. Right? The ancients in traditional civilization had no conception of the Neolithic revolution. Right? It was completely off the scale of their conception, self-conception of humanity. They were thinking, oh, nomadic hunter-gatherers, those are the people that we were, and then we became this other thing, peasants. No, this whole history is cast back from bourgeois society. Right? There were different modes of production that succeeded each other, in which people produced themselves and produced nature in a particular way. And we do so now with more knowledge, more efficiency, greater productivity, etc. And that this is a fundamental reversal, as indicated by the passage from the Grundrisse that I handed out. In other words, that we are no longer the creatures that produce a community of our own value system, right? What Marx talks about in terms of man being the aim of production. But rather, we live in a cosmos in which the aim of man is production. That, in a sense, bourgeois society, therefore, needs to be understood as a mode of becoming. Not just a state of being, but a mode of becoming. And in this respect, we still live in bourgeois society. Marx was trying to specify it. He, in the manifesto, talks about bourgeois and proletarian. And I want to end on this idea, in terms of my initial presentation, of what's meant by Marx, proletariat. It's no longer the case that we are simply a society of homo faber, homo economicus, in which we exchange the products of our labor and thus produce ourselves, produce our community, produce nature for ourselves. But rather, for Marx, we are proletarianized after the Industrial Revolution. Namely, our ceaseless process of becoming, in which we're engaged, in which the aim of man is production, and unlimited by any prior yardstick unfolding of becoming in a state of freedom, that we are that, but that we are that according to a specific logic, namely the logic of capital. And as such, we've gone from being bourgeois subjects to being proletarian subjects, meaning the essential condition of humanity is not the worker in the bourgeois conception, in the sense of the self-made human being, but rather the worker in a different sense, in the sense of the humanity that is subjected to the logic of capital. Marx thought that the rise of the socialist workers' movement in the 19th century indicated a determinate possibility for going beyond a society based on the exchange of labor, based on the essential condition of being an urban worker. I want to say something else about urban, just as a sort of coda to my presentation. Urban doesn't just mean literally living in a city versus living someplace else, right? It's also, we could say, a change, a transformation from the space and time of the pastoral community of traditional civilization to the space and time of bourgeois society. Namely, it's not just the city that is urban, but rather the entire universe has been transformed into urban space and time. That's why we have a planet ringed with GPS satellites, right? That's why the entire universe becomes a grid. Right? That's why space becomes time and time becomes space in a particular way. So we're not just talking about what goes on in the city, but we're talking about a way of being, a cosmos, and again, to refer back to Marx, with respect to the rise of bourgeois society, England as the demiurge of the cosmos of bourgeois society. That this is not something that simply is localized, but rather it's about a sort of, we could say, a transformation of a social metaphysics in which not just the workers, and not just the bourgeoisie, namely the capitalists, but rather all of society becomes subjected to bourgeois space and time.
Okay, sorry, I'm catching up with chat here. Apologize, I'll do better. Fukuyama would hold that the perfection of enslavement is the best, or the end state of humanity. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. That was what I was talking about there. Fukuyama is the ideology of realpolitik. Marx is the ideology of necessary change, rather as a critic of socialism, and a critique of that ideology. Yeah, for sure. Although I'm not sure, no, I think I don't agree with the word realpolitik here relating to Fukuyama. I think Fukuyama is genuinely interested in society and civilization, and I think he genuinely believes that liberalism, like I believed, less critically, that liberal society, the liberal state, is a genuine perfection of humanity and governing itself and discovering itself. I think it's a genuine thing, and I think realpolitik usually implies more of a practical, although I guess you could say there is a practical conception. So if you mean it in terms of Fukuyama sees it as a practical problem that needs to be solved and kind of set like bounds around, then in that sense you could say that Fukuyama is realpolitik, I suppose. But I think it's important to also mention that he's genuinely pursuing a flourishing, full civilization. He just doesn't see the grounds of possibility for something above that. But yeah, I'll pay more attention to that. I'll pay more attention to chat. I was just trying to let him finish the section.
And that the Industrial Revolution marks a fundamental crisis of bourgeois space and time. And I'll end on with a sort of homage to my professor, Moishe Postone at the University of Chicago, who has a great way of describing the crisis of capital as the crisis of bourgeois society. That capital.
I just realized I was just muted for everything I said. You might have been able to hear me. You might have been able to hear me very quietly. If you could hear me, then that was great. I was muted. My bad. I said I would. I was just trying to let him finish. I was responding specifically to realpolitik, and that I think Fukuyama also has a genuine desire to describe and improve the nature of civilization. But I also understand realpolitik in the sense that he believes that there are bounds that you must follow. There are rules you must follow. Whereas he's not so much interested in the conditions of possibility. He doesn't believe those are there. So in that sense, I can see the realpolitik descriptor. But I was muted. My bad. I'm professional. I'm not paid. I'm actually not paid to do this in any way. This is my bourgeois subject passion. So my sloppiness is actually a function of my not being proletarianized, and so you should appreciate it. Okay, now I have to finish this. Okay, we continue.
Bursts the bounds of Newtonian space and time, or of bourgeois space and time.
This part about, I mean, it is Fukuyama thing, and this is the most, yeah. So we're on the same page with that. This part about bourgeois space and time, um, how capital as crisis of bourgeois society is a grand peak of this talk. Yeah. Well, I'll have to finish it and pay more attention. Insufficiently proletarianized. Yeah, that's a problem. I'll be working on that. I'll be posting. Was it Tucker Carlson who like went to Home Depot, or was it Elon Musk, and like he like grabbed some? It might have been someone else. I don't know. Some conservative loser like went and they had like whatever it's called when wood is in piles of wood. Is that sufficient? I don't know. Whatever. And they were like, "I'm a worker. I'm a real worker. I love working and being a man." Okay. Struggle meals. Yeah, I mean, I have struggle meals. Everyone has struggle meals. Okay. Anyway, I'll focus up for my loyal chatter who got us started here for this section.
Right. And that's both for good and for ill. Namely, it bursts the bounds of Newtonian space and time, bounds of the urban space, if you will, or the metaphysics of bourgeois society, but in a way that we have not mastered, but rather in a way that subjects us to a logic and a destructive logic. My case that I'm trying to lay out here is that this sort of fundamental understanding of the place of bourgeois society in the history of humanity has been lost in terms of the history of Marxism in favor of the idea that bourgeois society is ambivalent in another sense, right? That it's the coexistence of a social principle of the bourgeoisie, of the capitalists, with coexisting with the social principle of the working class, right? Namely, it's the contradiction of private property and labor. Rather, I would locate, and I think that I have warrant for this, the contradiction at a different level. Namely, that it's the self-contradiction of bourgeois society after the Industrial Revolution, the transformation and crisis of bourgeois space and time, in which it's the condition of the workers that has come into crisis. In other words, it's the condition of a society based on the exchange of labor that's come into crisis. It's not simply that the capitalist class and their social principle has come into crisis by virtue of the emergence of a new social principle, that of the workers. But rather, the social principle of the workers' cosmos is itself what's come into crisis, because this is the underlying cosmology of the bourgeois epoch. Not what the capitalists do, but rather a society based on the condition of the urban laborer, or more generally, by the metaphysics of the social exchange of labor. That's it.
Oh, there's a reply. Are you guys interested in saying the reply? Is this important? What do you guys think about this? Catherine Liu, yeah, I mentioned her in the last stream. That's a good one. That is a good one. Trumpet McDonald's another great example. That was yeah. The exchange. Okay, well, if Rudi says we should do it, we're gonna do it. What was I going to say here? Oh yeah, this is a really important thing about the conception of Marxism. That there's like levels to this, but Marxism always came across to me as here's one way of putting it. I always thought Marxism was bad faith, in the sense that it's abdicating the task of truly organizing society. It's kind of abdicating that task and instead putting itself in kind of a reactionary position where it just wants to say this society is bad because of this externality, right? So the workers exist and the capitalists exist and that's bad. And so it's endlessly critiquing, endlessly reacting to the state of things in the same manner that reactionaries do, right? Where they say this society is bad, we need fascism, because of reasons, but they're not actually up to the task or interested in the task of truly dealing with what it means to have a society. But what I've now realized is when the critique is at this level of civilization itself and the contradictions that are built in the genuine attempt, it's a good faith understanding of, listen, the bourgeois epoch, like, it meant something. It really did mean something, and it really was an attempt at something in good faith at understanding society, at self-consciousness, at running things truly. And Marxism at its best is really a critique, a good faith critique, and a incredibly challenging critique of that situation. And so that's that is crucially the thing I've really come to respect about Marxism, and why I'm alone over here in my corner of the internet trying to portray that critique or defend that critique while also not, like, throwing myself into proclaiming I'm a Marxist immediately or whatever. I'm trying to proclaim that critique and defend it because I think that's really important. Um, yeah. So I put that out there. That's what I think is really important: is that good faith, genuine critique of what our society is built on, rather than kind of a reactionary stance. Yeah, thanks for showing your work. I appreciate it. Yeah, I really appreciate it. That's something like that is what I care about. So here we go. We got a drama. We got a response. It's going to be very heated, I'm sure. There might be a British accent involved, but I will be very serious.
I think what we've got here, in a sense, it's quite an interesting, very interesting paper.
Where are they at? This is not. I was imagining like a tiny, miserable classroom, and there's like trees. So I'm shocked. But anyway, okay.
What we've got here is something which turns on a passage from Marx at his most Hegelian. The Grundrisse is precisely Marx at his most Hegelian. Marx is just set up, he says, he writes to Engels and he says, I happened to come across, I got this copy of Bakunin's copy of Hegel's Logic, which I can't remember who it was, gave to me, obviously lent from Bakunin, or borrowed and never returned from Bakunin. And this has been of great use to me in working out the categories. And so the Grundrisse is exceptionally Hegelian. The first part of Capital One is quite Hegelian. The second part of Capital One is not very Hegelian at all. And in fact, the French translation, the French version, which is the last version that Marx actually edited, is even less Hegelian. And the postscript to the second German edition contains substantial distancing from Hegel. Flip side of it, what it hasn't got in it at all in terms of the historical account is the historical narrative which is given in the German ideology, and which is repeated in the Anti-Düring, which although is by Engels under the not under the supervision of Marx, but in circumstances where we know that Marx read every part, contributed part of it, read every part of it before it was categorized and so on and so forth. So the center of this, as far as this is concerned, there's two issues, one of which is as it were, the philosophical issue, which I don't think I want to address actually, simply because it just takes us off into complex history of the Enlightenment stuff. But is the extent to which the categories are determinative, the extent to which cosmos is determinative, the extent to which it's possible to think outside of categories, the extent to which
Okay, I want to make a note real fast before he gets into this. I want to make a comment here. So, what I didn't hear him mention, so I heard him make a historical note. I really appreciate when people give historical context or contextual background, not necessarily historical, but just like a contextual background for the facts of, like what did Marx write altogether? Because I do have a worry sometimes with someone who speaks like Chris about like selective quoting of passages. I mean, Marx obviously was a very prolific writer, and it's very possible to quote him out of. Now, I'm not accusing Chris of doing this, but it's something to worry about in his style of speaking. Is that it's possible that, especially with more bad faith, because people do this all the time, where they'll selectively quote a thinker, and they might even have a lot of value to say what they're saying. There might be a lot of value to what they're saying, but in their taking up of a certain thinker is very selective. And so I appreciate a broadening of the context. However, the one thing I didn't hear him mention, and I'm curious if anyone in chat has any comments on this, my understanding was he talked about the first part of Capital. I think he was talking about the first and second half of Capital, I think. Now, if I misheard that, if he was talking about the second part of Capital, not the second half of the first part, like I interpreted, please correct me on that. My understanding was that actually the third or possibly the second or possibly the third unpublished Capital, Marx became once more very Hegelian. My understanding is that at the very end of his life, Marx had some sort of realization that he wasn't as against Hegel as he thought. And so he incorporated a lot of Hegel in Capital, and that went all the way up until the end. And my understanding is that he made a lot of positive comments to Hegel that were removed for whatever reason. Maybe because he felt that they would make the text more obscure, or something like that. But my understanding is that up until the end, there was a strong Hegelian influence on Marx. That's my understanding. I don't have that from Chris. I can't exactly pinpoint where I got that historical understanding. But yeah, and he was talking about the Grundrisse too. But I'm not sure like if he's leaving that out, because what he just said, what Macnair just said, gave the impression that Marx, like if as a listener, like rhetorically, the point he just made sounded to me like he was saying Marx had a Hegelian phase, but ultimately Marx was more than a Hegelian, and ultimately he renounced a lot of his pro-Hegel stance. And so he's very much setting himself up to contradict a lot of the Hegel in Marx. I assume that's what he's going to do. I assume. And that's very much the rhetorical message of what he said. So I'm curious about the facts of that, the fact of the matter that I like to talk about. I'm curious about the facts of that because my recollection is different from that. My recollection is that Marx was a lot more sympathetic to Hegel all the way up until the end. But yeah, if anyone has any information on that, if not, I'll have to look into it myself if they don't resolve that. Although maybe Chris specifically brings that up, I don't know. But I do want to make note of that, and I should look into that more myself. And also I should read Capital. I haven't read any of Capital. At some point I should. I'm probably at the point where I can deal with it more fairly, so I should probably, at least read part of it. We'll see. But anyway, we'll continue with his main argument. I hit a button. That's okay.
First, I'd like to
I was
thank.
at 56, I think.
The categories are determinative, the extent to which cosmos is determinative, the extent to which it's possible to think outside of categories, the extent to which becoming, in relation to being and becoming, the question is becoming necessarily tied to the ought? Yeah. Now in Hegel...
Oh my god, he's making the point I made. Guys, I gotta be honest with you, I've actually been studying Hegel for 30 years. Okay, anyway, but we'll see. I mean, he could take it in a completely different direction. Just putting it out there, that I also was questioning that a bit.
You're quite correct that in Hegel, becoming is necessarily tied to the ought. I am a long way...
Hey guys, I was completely wrong. He just said it wasn't necessarily tied to the ought in Hegel, so I'm completely wrong. My bad. I will never speak again. My bad.
Being convinced that in Marx, becoming is tied to the ought at all. Yeah. But this issue, which is then posed in this, why the German ideology, there is... It's actually, this is in Hegel as well as in Marx. Evolution from development from Adam Smith's stages of society, from Vico and other 18th century conceptions of history. And the insistence which is present in this, which is present in the German ideology and is present in Hegel, that there is a profound difference between the medieval and the antique. There is not a single entity, civilization, which exists as a category from the moment of the Neolithic Revolution. This is systems of the command of man by man. It is not a single entity in which the world is perceived. It's not even a single entity, we know now, it's not even a single entity in terms of the point. The antique authors were perfectly, had a conception of the Golden Age, when it was not necessary to till the land, which is expressed in biblical thought as the expulsion from the Garden of Eden, but is present in the Greek and Latin writers as it's a falling off. It's the from the Golden Age to the Age of Bronze to the Age of Iron, which is the dark world of class society in which we now live. So they do have a conception of themselves in history. It's true they don't have a conception of themselves as a peasant society, but then of course they are a peasant society. The people of classical antiquity, yes, there is the means by which the agriculture is organised is not the same as in antiquity, is not the same as in medieval society. And there is a profound distinction in medieval society similarly about this question, in the sense that medieval Christendom involves a conception of the dignity of labour. And this conception of the dignity of labour in medieval Christendom is connected with both the presence of the peasantry not as merely the ground on which the hierarchy of a tributary traditional society rests, but as a part of the society, the peasantry, those who work, those who fight, and those who pray, and those who work are bifurcated between the urban and the rural workers, but they are part of the society in a way in which the slaves are not part of the society in classical antiquity. Okay, why is this? Why does this bear on? This bears on the nature of bourgeois society, the nature of crisis of bourgeois society, the nature of revolution, the nature of what is meant by in contradictions of bourgeois society, the role of the workers' movement, and so on and so forth. In the theory which is in the German ideology, yeah, and which is sort of on one side in pre-capitalist mode of production, but is there in the preface to the contribution to the political economy, and is there again in the anti-Düring and in Marx's later work, is not that the transition from capitalist society to socialism, communism, call it what you will, is a transition. It is, so let's put it this way, it is a transition which is of the order of the transition to the emergence of class society in the Neolithic, but it is also a transition, also and simultaneously, a transition which is of the order of the transition from antiquity to feudalism, of the transition from feudalism to capitalism. In your account, the major weakness I find is the non-recognition of these transitions, and I find that I find it particularly problematic because actually it's an absolutely standard trope of bourgeois liberal, of the liberal critique of Marxism in relation to the assertion that what we have in Marxism is a teleology, that the sequence of modes of production is, the idea of sequence of modes of production is teleological, is Eurocentric, that we have to understand the world in terms of the existence of traditional society, which is essentially peasant society, which is all hierarchies on top of an unrecognised peasant society. In relation to the point about the dignity of labour, yeah, and the scope of religion, yeah, and the point, I suppose, that the authors of the Book of Pavia in the 11th, 12th century who were writing about Lombard, the law of Lombardy, yeah, divided themselves into two camps, who they called the antiqui, the oldsters, and the moderni, the advocates of modernity. The Patricia Cutrone, who is a bourgeois author, yeah, and John A. Hall, similarly bourgeois author, confronted with this idea of the traditional society, come to the conclusion, actually we cannot date the divergence of Europe out of traditional society to the emergence of capitalism, or indeed the Industrial Revolution. You know, we have to date the emergence of European specialists to the creation of an unstable society, a society which is constantly in presence of change and tending to break down, which is feudalism.
Wow.
Yeah. The authors writing on medieval Japanese society, that we're already in dynamism, we're already in becoming, we're not in just in being. The pre-modern is not just being, the pre-modern is becoming. And it's in fact true of classical antiquity and of indeed of ancient Chinese society. This is also a becoming, it's a different kind of becoming. You know. So there are a whole lot of other issues which one could raise, but those are the issues which I wish to raise at this point. Simply, I think this is a mutilated Marx, yeah? Because it is Marx at his most Hegelian. Yeah? The result is a mutilated Marx, and one which loses a good half, perhaps more than half, of how Marxist theoretical argument is constructed.
Okay. That's a lot in the chat. That's a lot in the chat. Okay. My bad, guys. I wasn't watching over you. I apologize. Marxist Horror Project. I both agree. If you take the stance that Marxist was connected, I am comfortable being accused of things. That's good. Okay. Yeah, mutilated Marx. That's something. Okay, so I'm actually not 100% sure which perspective he's coming from yet. But it seems like there's a few things going on here. So generally, if I had to summarize so far, and this might be incorrect, it seems like he's ultimately very interested in the idea of the oppressed classes and kind of the struggle that the oppressed classes have with the society. And so, from that perspective, he's interested in medieval times insofar as certain classes of people are treated as part of the society or not. And he's identifying the breakdown as earlier than capitalism, because ultimately, if you're concerned with certain populations being included or not included, or this kind of like, political structure of society, then you're less interested in capitalism. And so it seems like he's more interested in that. And it seems like he's definitely not interested in the Hegelian part, as I mentioned earlier. That he identifies the Hegelian part of Marx to be the outlier. And this is something I really want to look into more, because my understanding was that Marx ended up later in the life being very sympathetic to Hegel. That's my understanding. And he's making it seem like that's not the case. So I would like to resolve that dispute. But he's making it seem like there's something about Marx that is not grounded in Hegel, that he's not so much interested in the teleology of history, rather he's interested in society itself, critiquing society itself. Something like that, in more of a sociological manner. That's my impression so far, but we'll see how this goes. It's very interesting, though. It's very interesting to see how this comes from here.
I said that I was going to emphasize the sort of theoretical and philosophy of history issues, but that I wanted to relate them back to the practical political issues. I think that two things. The issue of Marx as Hegelian, and whether Marx as Hegelian at his most Hegelian is teleological. I think that problem goes back to Hegel. Namely, is Hegel teleological? And if Hegel is teleological, what is the meaning of teleology in Hegel? Hegel, I would say, is teleological, but not in the sense of a teleology, a future-oriented teleology. In other words, that society has been and continues to move towards a future telos, or end goal, but rather the teleology in Hegel is specific with respect to the present. Namely, as he puts it in the lectures on the Introduction to the Philosophy of History, that philosophical history, in his definition of what he thought he was trying to do, was about the eternally present. This is a sort of cryptic term of his. Namely, to regard the present as the goal of the past, but in the sense of the present as a moment of freedom. In other words, how does history look to be leading to the present when the present is understood as an emergent moment of becoming and freedom? And so it's not that in feudal society that there was a telos, namely bourgeois society, that was emergent. But rather, nor, in that sense, is there a socialism that is a telos, a future inherent in bourgeois society. But rather, the present as a moment of becoming, as a moment of freedom, with respect to potential and possibility. In other words, not that there is a society beyond capital, inherent in capital, but rather, could the present be turned into an opportunity for freedom? And how do we understand the present with respect to the potential for becoming? My point with respect to this is that in losing what I consider to be an essential horizon for self-understanding in Marxism, what happens is that the dynamic of crisis and reproduction in capital, rather than in bourgeois society, but in capital, namely with the Industrial Revolution and afterwards, tends to reproduce a self-understanding owing to the self-understanding of the revolt of the Third Estate. Namely, that we repeat the revolt of the Third Estate over and over again. We repeat the revolt of the toilers, of the workers, against arbitrary authority, right? Against...
It feels like Chris is identifying the same thing I identified, where Macnair is making more of a sociological on behalf of the oppressed argument, which is really the Third Estate on behalf of the workers' revolt. It seems like Chris is identifying and critiquing the same thing I identified. Yeah, most common misconception of Hegel I've heard. Yeah. I think Marx is more like that than Hegel. I think Marx is more fairly understood as describing a teleology of the future. Not in like a direct, like simplistic sense, but I think he's more like that. But Hegel certainly no. I mean, Hegel is certainly not interested in the future. I mean, obviously there's it feels almost cliche, but obviously the philosophy of right, the owl of Minerva only flies after midnight or something like that. And philosophy is its own time graphs and thought. Yeah, Hegel is obviously not interested in the future. Marx is describing a task. Yeah, I mean, I think there's something future-looking about there being a task, but maybe that's something that we'd have to unpack a bit more. That's a bit complicated. But let's keep watching because this is long. But if you want to write more about that, I'll respond to it still.
The corruption of the community, the corruption of politics, that we do that again and again, and that is indeed how capital is reproduced. In other words, that in the post-industrial revolution world, we are liable to be bourgeois subjects in a particular sense.
This is kind of what I was talking about how Marxism to me seemed like empty reaction. And he's identifying that as maintaining capital, reproducing capital. Because perhaps if you don't have a good faith critique of capital and you see it as some sort of imposition, then really you're not understanding capital and you're not going to overcome it. You're stuck in its own paradigm if you can't even understand where it came from. Something like that. But
in the sense of our discontents being characteristically bourgeois, in which we revolt against arbitrary authority, the corruption of the community by particular interests, etc., etc. All of the sort of classical self-understanding of the bourgeois revolution is repeated. And that we're held back by that conception, that conception is potentially constraining. The flip side of that I want to mention is key, however, which is that we can't help but express our discontents living in this form of society, living under capital. We can't help but recapitulate the revolt of the Third Estate, right? To talk about the essence of the community in terms of the laboring masses against arbitrary authority and particular interests that's falsely generalized. And on one hand, we are bound to reproduce the bourgeois revolution, and that Marx's question is, does the Industrial Revolution indicate that even though we are nevertheless bound to repeat the revolt of the Third Estate, does that revolt point beyond it? Or does it only point to the reproduction of capital? Right, the reproduction of bourgeois society, but in a more and more crisis-riven state. Namely, that we reproduce, that every crisis of bourgeois society is an opportunity to reproduce and reconstruct, reconstitute a society based on labor, a society based on work. But that is the logic of capital. In other words, the logic of capital, what we were talking about earlier today at Hillel Tickton's talk, with respect to the crisis of capital as an opportunity for the reproduction of capital. And I mentioned in the Q&A then, not opportunities for the revalorization of capital, but rather opportunities for the revalorization of labor. In other words, that every crisis of capital allows for the reconstitution of labor as the basis of society. Whereas in fact, from Marx's perspective, our essential condition after the Industrial Revolution, the task of freedom that humanity faces is transcending a society based on the exchange of labor, based on the principle of humanity as homo faber and homo economicus, as the beings that produce.
It's not about aligning with the worker in some sort of like partisan manner. It's about overcoming the conditions which oppress the worker. Capitalism makes the future an ideology, so we are tasked with what should be from the point of the present. It's related to bourgeois concepts and ideology tasked with making it so, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think I understand what you're saying. Another way to frame this is being locked in a narrative until sufficient conscious critique and action is applied. Yeah, that is one of the problems I identify with my current position of being a liberal. It definitely is very locked in. It's very difficult to... you could say it's related to the capitalist realism. I mean, this is what Daniel Tutt brought up to me, that I'm very skeptical of imagining any future society for various reasons. And so I think that critique is fair. I don't exactly know how to deal with that. I don't exactly know what my answer to that will be. But yeah, that's definitely something. That's definitely, whether it's true or not, there's definitely a dynamic that's happening.
And produce whatever.
True in the sense of like there being an overcoming or not. Regardless, there's some sort of, well, I don't know. Anyway.
For greater efficiency. right? That we are liable to think of our own discontents in capital, to imagine socialism and communism in terms of the bourgeois revolution, whereas in fact, and Marx is very clear about this in his early writings, like in the economic and philosophic manuscripts and the letter to Rudi for ruthless criticism of everything existing, that he considers the form of discontents in capital after the Industrial Revolution as one-sided, partial, projecting a future that, nevertheless, there's a potential impossibility beyond the future that's projected from present discontents. In other words, that communism is not the end goal of humanity, but is rather the way that we are discontented living under capital. It is the next step in the struggle for human freedom, but it's not the goal. Right? What I think happens is that something is smuggled in where communism becomes the goal, becomes the telos.
Guys, he just said smuggled in. That's a huge debate win for me. Okay, everyone's... Okay, I'm sorry. My bad.
And that's a projection of the characteristic discontents of the revolt of the Third Estate, which we are liable to, in a sense, falsely narrow our horizons to those concerns without recognizing that the crisis of bourgeois society in the Industrial Revolution means going beyond that. I would challenge the idea that, I have a twofold answer. I would challenge the idea that humanity was understandable, comprehensible, whether objectively or subjectively, as being constituted by social relations prior to bourgeois society. I mean, I would say that one of the one aspect of considering bourgeois society to be an aborted revolution is to say that maybe the cultural conservatives are right, namely that bourgeois society is simply the destruction of all human values, right? And that in that respect, we've lost religion. When Mahmoud Ahmadinejad writes his open letter to George W. Bush and says, you've given this liberal democratic capitalism, you and the West have given this liberal democratic capitalism a good run for its money, but can't we see that that doesn't work, right? Shouldn't you return to Christianity the way we're returning to Islam, right? Because in fact, it's not social relations, right? In other words, religion, that cosmos, is not social relations in the way that we must think about our condition as social relations. In other words, the idea that, to use this category from the Hegelian Marxism or from Marxist Hegelianism, the commodity form. The commodity form is a way that we relate to nature, the way we relate to others, and the way we relate to ourselves, right? In a sense, the commodity form is the emergence of social relations as such, right? To say, we relate to nature, to physical nature, to the world in a particular way. Do you think the ancients had a different conception of that? Well, first of all, nature was divine, and we had a place in nature. We were part of a great chain.
To get a bit more into what I meant with the capitalism is the okay, my bad. What I mean with the capitalism makes the future ideology. The social relation of labor turns into the contradiction between capital and labor, which is a self-contradiction of labor as dead labor and living labor. And why is that a claim on the future? The workers are paid on what is estimated than producing it. What is estimated than producing the future via their labor. They are not paid after the fact, but on the grounds of the production to time. Right. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay.
Of being. We lived in a differentiated world, an internally differentiated world that was divinely ordered. We had a place in it. We didn't relate to it. We didn't relate to it as an object of transformation and as an object of self-transformation, in the way that we must necessarily think of our place in the universe in those terms. Just very simply, we can look at the ecological destruction and we can say, rather than humanity existing in a divinely ordered universe, that life on Earth might depend on human custodianship to continue. In other words, that many species will probably only continue if we take care of them. Right?
Including the planet.
Absolutely. And so, I would sort of push back on the idea that, what we're talking about is social relations then and social relations now. I think that we inevitably regard the past now in terms of how did they relate? How did they relate to nature? How did they relate to each other? How did they relate to themselves? But that's our projection onto a past that I think is quite alien. In other words, when I emphasize qualitative transformations of humanity, we might be able to understand Paleolithic life of human beings and post-Neolithic life of human beings and different moments in civilization. We might be able to, relate in some way to that condition of humanity, but we can also relate to chimpanzees and whales and dolphins, and we can sort of say things about the way they live, and even in certain respects their self-understanding. But that we have to be careful about this being a function of what it means to us and where it's coming from in terms of our social relations. Now, okay, so that's one sort of point. Why do I homogenize? Because this is what happens, right? Why do I homogenize traditional civilization? Why do I just refer to it in one grand sweep? One reason why I do so is that I think that bourgeois society, and more specifically the society of capital, is as alien to the history of Europe and the history of the West, if that's even a category that we could use. It's as much a qualitative transformation and as alien to that tradition as it is to any other tradition in any other part of the world. In other words, that capital is not more related to the history of Europe than to the history of Islam or the history of South Asia or East Asia or Africa. That the warrant of regarding this as traditional civilization, to core, is just to say that the task facing humanity has in fact become homogenized in a particular way. In other words, people throughout the world are tasked by living in the cosmos of bourgeois society, living in the cosmos of capital, in a way that, of course, casts history in a particular light. In other words, the warrant of this is to say that what do we make of the fact, of course, traditional civilization is not simply a static proposition. And various civilizations went into crisis, decline, transformation. But that those crises and moments of decline and those transformations were inherently about the possibility for the rise of a new form of something that, from our standpoint, looks the same, right? And Marx has a way of talking about that. There were peasant revolts, right? But peasant revolts brought forth new dynasties. In other words, they didn't bring forth bourgeois society before a certain point in history. It's not to say that there was no change, but rather, how do those changes, how do we understand those changes with respect to the present? The danger, as I was saying, is that we regard the dynamism of feudalism and the dynamism of various ancient civilizations as being fundamentally like the dynamism of our own society, or the dynamism, the breakdown, the change that led to bourgeois society. So that's one issue. Society beyond work. Society beyond work. I think that in bourgeois society, that we're not simply talking about work and labor in the sense that even though medieval Christendom might have had a notion of the dignity of labor, I think that essentially there was a sort of neutrality towards the category of work and labor. In other words, there was, it could have dignity, meaning it counted for something. You had a place in the world, certainly, within that religious cosmology. But that, to use a gross oversimplification and another homogenizing sort of way of categorizing it, that work was, in a sense, the profane realm, right? It was, and it could have dignity, the way all creaturely existence could have dignity. But that again, when we're thinking about work, when we're thinking about labor, we're thinking about it in a very particular way. And so, for instance, in bourgeois society, all sorts of human activity have a relationship to labor and work. There's a sort of homogenizing that we can talk about, for instance, you'll see in the popular culture, you'll see what's the value of women's work in child rearing, right? If women were to be paid the value of their labor in raising children, what would it be in a dollar amount, right? And that's a peculiar way of approaching that question, right? In other words, is that work? Is that labor? Well, in bourgeois society, it is, because in a sense, all human activity becomes labor, becomes work. That's the point of the Grundrisse passage, that it's natural and in a certain respect appropriate for women to turn around and say, what about the work I do? It's not wage labor, but it's work. And what if I were to be paid for it? What would be its worth? Right? But again, that points to something, because in ancient civilization, you had qualitative distinctions among different forms of human activity. They weren't just forms of labor. They weren't just forms of work. Right? Doing this and doing that, there was no common category for grasping that. even though now we might be tempted to project back and say, what did people do? How did they produce themselves? How did they relate to nature? What was the work that they did? I think that a post-capitalist society would still involve human activity, right? But the question is, would human activity be subsumable under this category of work, of production? And inevitably, we think in those terms, but I think that a future form of humanity beyond bourgeois society, beyond capital, would not necessarily have this common category for grasping all human activity as self-production, right? To go back to that Grundrisse passage, that we produce ourselves, right? It's a question. Did the ancients, in other words, did the ancients have man as the aim of production or humanity as the aim of production? Well, there are so many categories built into that. Humanity, production, aim, that are really extrinsic to the self-understanding of what people did, right, to their activity, to the essence of their lives. So, around to the question of the dodginess of left Hegelianism, or what appears to be a kind of recrudescence of left Hegelianism in the 20th century, with characters like Lukács and Benjamin and Adorno and others, and perhaps even Metzaros. I actually don't really know Metzaros' work. That's sort of, I'm innocent of it, kept myself innocent of it in certain respects. And so I'll leave the question of Metzaros alone. But whether or not this kind of thinking is mystifying in some way, mystificatory in some way, has that function. I think that Lukács' History and Class Consciousness, that he wrote that for his comrades in the Third International, and that the fact that we look back on it now and treat it as abstruse philosophical speculation it says more about us than it does about him. I think that he thought he had an audience in the Third International for that book, and that the fact that it appears to be obscure Hegelianism tells us what we've lost. In other words, tells us that a certain kind of self-understanding has been cut out from under us. And, so that leaves us in a position of, I think that Mike in one of the articles talked about how doing history was once based on scholastic exegesis, but has now become a matter of science and interrogating sources and this kind of thing. I think there's a reason why the history of Marxism has become a scholastic exegetical project, like why it appears to be, this sort of ancient scripture that's inscrutable and it means, different things to different people and even different things to the same person at different times. But I think that it's an index of, again, how a certain kind of self-understanding is disintegrated. My short answer on, what Lukács was about and even what Benjamin is about in the Theses on the Philosophy of History, without defending that text as some kind of clear exposition, because it isn't. I would say that these are people who were trying to provoke self-reflection, self-recognition on the part of Marxists. In other words, they were writing for other Marxists, and they were assuming a lot in terms of addressing other Marxists, and that it's become opaque to us because Marxism is disintegrated. In other words, the very sort of self-understanding has been cut out from under us. I don't think that it's actually all that obscure. I think that you can read Lukács in tandem with Lenin and Luxemburg, and it can come together. You can read things like Reform and Revolution, The Mass Strike, and State and Revolution, What is to be done, Left-Wing Communism, and you can read that stuff and read Lukács, and then Lukács seems like a meta-commentary on those texts, and it sort of all comes together, in fact. And whether or not his speculation, his meta-commentary is useful or not is a different question, but I think that that's essentially what it is. That, he thought he was writing for other members of the Third International, and then he was denounced, and then he decided, okay, that doesn't work, and maybe what I thought the movement was about, it's not about, either wasn't about or is no longer about. And so I think that Lukács, the late Lukács, does make his peace with Stalinism in a way, as a way of saying, well, the movement seems to be going this way rather than that way, and I don't want to be ejected from the movement, and so I'll try to pose my issues in a different manner. So the fact that the Hegelian dimension of Marxism has a recrudescence, it might appear to be regrettable in the sense that if you imagine that Marx transcended his Hegelianism, then the idea would be that when Marxists become Hegelian again in the 20th century, that's a sort of falling away from or kind of regression behind Marx's own development.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, that the other guy was telling a story, that it did seem like that the other guy was telling a story about Hegelianism being inferior, and somehow Marx transcended that. Whereas my impression was that Marx actually went back to Hegelian ideas. This idea of relation is pretty important. It is one thing to be within something and another thing to relate to it. It's a kind of anthropomorphic projection of the reader onto a character. And that is particular to our contemporary and vastly distinct from history. So try to visualize what is yeah, it very much is like a entire society issue. It affects all of us. It affects everyone. It doesn't only affect the worker. It's a reflection of how our entire society is understood and framed in our own minds, in our own subjectivity, in our own consciousness. I'm not sure. Yeah, I am interested in the question of what peasants would have related to themselves. I'm certain that they wouldn't have related to themselves in the way that, in a very neat package, bourgeois consciousness kind of way. Like, my lord is oppressing me and not paying me enough, and whatever. But I don't know. I'm also skeptical of the idea of how foreign that would be. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, interesting question. So let's get into it. Let's continue. Got 20 minutes left, and then we'll have a discussion about this some more, I'm sure.
I don't think that is exactly what happened. I think that Marx appropriated Hegel under changed historical circumstances. He thought that Hegel's attempt to reflect upon bourgeois society was appropriate for reflecting on the consciousness of the socialist workers' movement, and that he wrote Capital with an audience in mind, namely with the socialist workers' movement that existed, that was not Marxist, that was highly ideologically variegated. That movement, activists in that movement, could recognize themselves in the critical account of political economy that he gave. And I think that Lukács tried to do the same thing with respect to the Second International and the Third International, that he thought that he could write to provoke the self-reflection and self-recognition of a movement that was established, underway, developed, and that he could, in a sense, force them to recognize or provoke them to recognize the dialectic of their own movement in the way that Marx had done in the 19th century with non-Marxist socialism. That he could raise the self-consciousness of the movement. Lukács, I think, tried to do the same thing, and Benjamin tried to do the same thing in his own way, and Lukács got burned for it. Benjamin, died, and so becomes this kind of object of weird veneration, etc. But I think that that's the essence of it. And the fact that it appears to be very obscure to us simply means that we don't share the frame of reference that they had for the movement that they were trying to provoke self-recognition. I guess in terms of Jerry and Stan, how those questions linked back up, that Hegel's categories were categories of thought. I would sort of dispute that, because I would say that Hegel inherits from Kant the idea of trying to raise practice to the level of self-consciousness. In other words, what makes this modern idealism is specifically that it's not a kind of Platonic idealism or even a Descartes' idealism in terms of the possibility of knowledge, right? That the possibility of knowledge is understood as a practical matter, meaning that we know the world the way we do as a function of our practice in the world. So there is, unfortunately, with Hegel, a kind of necessary kind of interpretation in terms of the categories that he uses. So what he means by the unfolding of an idea is not that, in the beginning there was the word, right? It's not this kind of ancient idealism. Or even the category of God in Hegel, which I think speaks to some of the other questions that came up, so I'm going to try to sort of link this all in. Namely, that we have to ask the Hegelian question of what is the rational object of the concept of God? Meaning, were the ancients, because they believed in divinity and God, were they simply ignorant? Right? Was it ignorance, was it superstition, or rather was it a form of knowledge? And a form of knowledge, not of an external world, but again, a cosmology, meaning a form of self-knowledge, not just a form of knowledge of the external world or physical nature. It wasn't like an imperfect science, but it was a qualitatively different form of reason. In other words, it was human reason, but in a qualitatively different form and with different concerns. And so in that respect...
Yeah, I want to make a point about this. So I've thought about... Yeah, I'm not sure I would agree. Before I make this point, I'm not sure I would agree with the idea of the self being a bourgeois development. I'm not sure about that. Um, I'm not sure about that. I'm very skeptical of that. I can understand how that could be the case, um, but I would need to be more convinced of that. Because my impression is that it wouldn't be a one-to-one kind of consciousness, but there would be it's some understanding of the self. It would have all sorts of problems, but it would be some sort of understanding of the self, and that understanding of the self would be able to relate to its structure around it in some way. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that, but we could get into that more. The comment I wanted to make about what Chris is saying right here is this is an observation or thought I had about. I spent some time learning about early Christianity, especially late Roman Christianity. So that's like 3 centuries in Christianity, so it's early, but it's also starting to become developed into an actual thing. And something I realized in learning about that is that Christianity was very much a progression over paganism in a lot of ways. Christianity, in terms of thought, in terms of consciousness and awareness and reason, was actually very much a progression over paganism in many ways. And then what the Renaissance did, and especially the Enlightenment, was put this idea that paganism was above the medieval era, that it was above Christianity. In actuality, they actually just were very different from each other, and it might be the case that they both had elements that we can learn from. They both had negatives, downsides, positives, whatever. But ultimately, it was just a different kind of reason. It's not like this very primitive idea that in the medieval era they all said, let's close all the schools, although they did kind of do that. They did close the schools that existed in the previous form, but it's not like they were like, let's close all the schools, let's stop thinking, and let's just pray. That's not what happened. There was an immense respect for knowledge, an immense respect for reason, and an understanding of what reason could be and how it applied to our understanding of ourselves and our place in spirituality and ethics, and all of this was deeply, deeply considered in a very meticulous, systematic way that in many ways was superior to the pagan ways of considering those questions. Now, of course, that had many downsides that came along with it, but at this point, I very much understand, and I very much agree to that. At least that's politically, the self as a political being. Text that was a huge it can increase the legibility and therefore constitute the document across a broader space and diverse people. Agreed on that. The idea of the sovereign self is contained, but it is reserved for God and misapprehended because it was us. Interesting. That's an interesting way of conceiving of God. But I guess I would say, and maybe this wouldn't be a point of disagreement, but that if you are projecting in that way, you do necessarily have a sense of self. You might not be apprehending it fully, as you said, but there's definitely a strong sense of some kind of self. What self? I don't know what you're getting at when you say what self. But generally, I'm thinking of a awareness of your own consciousness, your thoughts, and your place in action, in actuality, in the world around you. So kind of a combination between your self-consciousness and your consciousness of the world around you, the object, subject, the unity of the two, very Hegelian. A mystified proto-self. Maybe. I'm not sure that I would disagree with that, but I'm also skeptical of how that would be applied, or what that would mean exactly, right? Because if I had like a conversation with one of these people directly, I wonder how that misapprehension and that mystification. I wonder how that would manifest itself, and how I could deal with that, and prove that in some way. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a very interesting question.
I think that Hegel is actually interested in drawing not just a line of discontinuity, but a line of continuity between the ancient and the modern. Namely, that we were talking about the qualitative transformation of human reason, not just the improvement of human reason over time, not just a quantitative account, that we know more about the world than people in the ancient world did, but rather that we know the world differently than they did. And that the reason that we know the world differently than they did is that we are different from them. We've changed ourselves. That idea of the unfolding of reason is a story of the practical self-transformation of humanity. In other words, it's not just a change in the way we think, but it's actually a change in the way we live. That, theory and practice in that sense, there's a dialectic of theory and practice. That when we're talking about the transformation of human reason, we're talking about the transformation of human practices. And so even the concept of reflection, the idea that human practices are reflected in thought, that means something different from, that there's just a projection into thought. But rather that thought is the self-understanding of practices. And that undergoes a qualitative transformation. It's not that we understand what we do now simply more than people in the past understood what they did, but rather that we understand it differently because we ourselves are different. That's the sort of underlying idea of qualitative transformation that I would point to. Now, right, in terms of the crisis of humanity, I would say that I'm agnostic on the Neolithic Revolution. Namely, I don't know that I would be a partisan in the Neolithic Revolution, that it's the revolution and it's the counter-revolution. What it is something whose necessity is highly obscure, meaning it happened. Human community transformed fundamentally, and we know that it was a disaster for individual human beings, that the well-being of human beings as animals, as, in our creaturely existence, sort of went steeply downhill as a function of the Neolithic Revolution. But we also know that this was a new form of human community that was incredibly powerful, that essentially exterminated or enslaved everyone else. And the only humans who were not so forcibly transformed by the Neolithic Revolution were those who were geographically isolated enough to be outside of it. I don't know that there is a natural scientific or physical materialistic explanation for the Neolithic Revolution. I think it happened. It's highly obscure. And so I'm not, I put it beyond the pale in that respect. I don't see myself as a partisan of the agricultural revolution. Because I think that its necessity is highly questionable. Its possibility, however, the fact that it could happen, says something about the nature of humanity. In other words, that humans lived a particular way and fundamentally transformed their relationship to nature and to each other and to themselves. That's a huge transformation. It's a qualitative transformation in humanity that's deeply obscure to us, which is why we can look back on it and wonder about it and say, with what necessity did that happen? Well, the question is not with what necessity it happened at the time. The question is, how do we see something of our own necessity? How do we project our own necessity into that historical occurrence? In other words, we could sort of put a happy face on it and say, oh, well, humans took a technological step in mastery of nature, right? And even of creating a new form of human community and society. Or you could put a sort of sad face on it and say it's the mutilation of human existence. That we're only now, like in the 20th century, is the time when people start achieving a kind of, to some degree, a state of well-being, nutritionally, etc., that they had more than 10,000 years ago. So I'm agnostic, is essentially the point. As far as commodity exchange and commodity production, I don't have very much to say about that, other than I'm not sure that bourgeois society could have emerged in the ancient world. In other words, I don't see classical antiquity as literally pre-bourgeois in the same way. I think that there are rudiments that we can, in other words, we could say, well, we relate more readily to Athens than to Sparta because Athens is a more commercial society than Sparta was, et cetera, et cetera. That we can, relate to the Roman Republic in a particular way, whereas the Roman Empire looks a little strange to us, et cetera. In terms of commodity production and the history of commodity production, in a sense, I think that for Marx, we're bound to see the emergence of a commodity producing and society, and a society that produces itself as a series of commodities. We're bound to see it incipient in the past. And so he thinks that bourgeois thinkers are, that it's appropriate for them to imagine that the history of humanity is the history of proto-bourgeois society. But again, it's with what necessity society becomes a society of the exchange of labor in the commodity form. And that is, again, a deeply, I would say, a deeply ambivalent and ambiguous thing. In other words, the necessity with which bourgeois society emerges out of a breakdown of traditional civilization is highly ambivalent to my mind. Meaning, I think that if Marxism isn't right, in other words, if the Industrial Revolution is not the possibility of transcending bourgeois society, if the working class is not a historical agent for the transformation of capital to a post-bourgeois society, then the cultural conservatives might be right, which is that bourgeois society is just a disaster for humanity. It's just the complete destruction of all human values and the complete destruction of nature and just a sort of imploding cosmos. Right. And so, I think that, part of the way in which we're tasked by bourgeois society is with the terror that, that the emergence of bourgeois society was not the necessity of freedom working its way out, but was a horrible contingent accident and blind alley for humanity, if that's possible. I think that what Marxism tasks itself with is making the bourgeois revolution into an opportunity for full emancipation. And that it looks at the resources for doing so, and it looks at the way bourgeois society appropriates all of human history to itself in that respect. In other words, how does all of human history, and even all of natural history, become a resource for human emancipation? That might be a little bit kind of obscure, but hopefully not. What is vulgar Marxism? There are polemical characterizations of Kautsky in both Lukács and Korsch that I think that we have to find the register and the pitch at which they're made. I think that what's meant by reification for Lukács, in other words, reification in the consciousness of the proletariat, is the danger of the reification of the proletariat, if you will, or the reification of the socialist workers' movement. It's not just the reification inherent in being a worker, the quotidian existence in society, but rather with the highest expression of the socialist workers' movement, namely Marxism, stood in danger of becoming reified. And that the category of vulgar Marxism in Korsch is a sort of an analogous critique of Marxism become reified. Now, we might dispute over the characterization of that self-reification of Marxism, and we also might mistake the register of the polemic. In other words, what kind of critique of Kautsky is being made? What's meant by this proper noun Kautsky, right? Is it like from the day that Kautsky was born, he was vulgar Marxist, or did he become vulgar Marxist, or did he become an exponent of vulgar Marxism after Marxism itself had become reified, etc.? Exactly. It just becomes this kind of, right, the original sin, I'm very sympathetic to the idea that the original sin argument is useless. Useless, absolutely, and very inhibiting and very generative of sectarianism, definitely, I agree with all of that. About the bourgeois revolution, and I think that I might only have time for that. I wanted to get back maybe to Abdul's point before I come around to the bourgeois revolution, and that is, it speaks to the point that I was making about religion, and from Hegel's perspective, religion being a form of reason. Well, what's also Hegelian is the idea that these other transformations of humanity, that the history of humanity is a history of self-transformation, means that even a slave society is an expression of human freedom, in the sense that it shows the transformability of humanity, and that transformability takes the form of a human community. In other words, it doesn't exist at the level of the individual, but exists at the level of the community. And to say, in other words, it's the insistence on recognizing freedom in history, meaning it's not to say that those people are free, but rather to say that the society that they've produced for themselves is a hallmark of human capacity for transforming itself. It's new, right? It's something, it's not based in nature, it's not divinely oriented, but it in fact is the self-production of humanity. And so I think that, again, it's not about a society being better or worse, it's rather about how do we recognize the history of humanity as showing the capacity for human transformation, self-transformation. The revolt of the third estate, the bourgeoisie. I think that, I don't think that the bourgeois revolution ever was the bourgeois revolution in the sense of the bourgeoisie, or like capitalists. I think that the history of the bourgeois revolution is the history of plebeian revolt. I think that, like in terms of the person who, coins this revolt of the third estate idea, Abbé Sieyès, right? It's a kind of curious figure. In other words, for the Abbé Sieyès, he could endorse Napoleon as being in the interest of the workers against the capitalists, because in fact that's how he came around from being, kind of spokesperson of the, the revolt of the third estate. His later career is very bizarre, right? In the sense that he becomes a kind of Bonapartist in the original sense, out of some kind of sense of like, well, Napoleon can keep the capitalists under control, and therefore the workers' interests will be served. It's, again, it's sort of interesting to recognize. Are the bourgeoisie a democratic class? That's not the point. I think that the point is the bourgeois revolution a democratic revolution? And what do we mean by the bourgeois revolution? It comes back to the dispute over terms. In other words, what do I mean by bourgeois? I mean the urban society of the modern working class as emergent over the last several hundred years, not just post-industrial revolution, but a longer history than that. And I do think that what we're talking about with the bourgeois revolution is the political constitution of a society in which the exchange of labor could become the predominant social principle. And so, you have all sorts of actors and agents and ideologies at work there. It goes on under the rubric of a kind of revitalized Christianity. It goes on under all sorts of rubrics. And it's an ex post facto projective term. In other words, what I'm interested in is how did Marx see the history of the emergence of bourgeois society as he characterized bourgeois society as a society based on the cosmology of labor, essentially. My final point, because I know I'm running out of time. Right, so I'm owing a lot of my argument to, my professor Moishe Postone's approach to reading Marx and and the understanding of capital that he gets from his interpretation of Marx. I'm most familiar with, Moishe's thinking in that respect. What I do know, because my conversations with him have been limited with respect to politics, but what I do know is that characterizing him as a Zionist is not quite right. And I think that, he might have taken some positions at certain points that would appear to maybe be apologetic for dimensions of Israeli politics that, have the character of Zionism, maybe. But that I don't think that either in his self-understanding or actually that his politics is Zionist. It all depends on what's meant by Zionism. My one example of this, maybe to sort of raise from casual, purely anecdotal conversation, was with respect to the peace agreement between Israel and Egypt and the ceding of the Sinai back to Egypt. And he said that he thought that it was a mistake that the Israeli settlers in the Sinai were forced to repatriate to Israel, because he thought that it confused, in the typical Zionist manner, I think the way he put it was, it confused territoriality for sovereignty. In other words, he thought that Jews could have democratic self-determination in Egypt, but they didn't have to live in Israel to have that. That, to me, indicates that he's not a Zionist. Whatever one might take about various positions that he's had, I don't think that's Zionism. And he actually said that forcing the settlers in the Sinai to repatriate to Israel was part of a deliberate move to create a right-wing constituency for Zionism in Israel. In other words, it showed that if we give up territory, you'll be forced to move. It was to make people more Zionist, and that he opposed that. He thought that was politically awful. Yeah.
Okay, we got the Zionism thrown in there at the end. Yeah, I mean, I think he was still decently provocative, but okay. What do we think, guys? I mean, I wish I would have heard more of the response from the British individual and more of that. But generally, I understand. I mean, I did kind of see where he was going, where he was coming from. And I'm very sympathetic to where Chris responded on the lines of, you're misapprehending what the possibility is, and you're not seeing the total place that this society has in history and in consciousness, and where a potential future would have a place. Because I think some of the specific points that the other guy made were very relevant or interesting, but they didn't. But they weren't enough. They didn't create a full argument that would be superior or would get to the heart of the issue more. It's something I mentioned in a previous stream. Sometimes I get frustrated when people. I wasn't necessarily frustrated this time, but sometimes I get frustrated when people add in details and academic, details and facts, which don't actually deepen the conversation that's being had. Sometimes it seems like people think if they just throw out a lot of details, they're deepening the conversation, when in reality they're just muddying the waters or something like that. It is the second spelling, not the y spelling. One point I want to make is that the question arises what the political implications arising out of this are, and we get to play the station regarding the conversation we were having about the state and civil society. Yeah, that's fair. Um, yeah, the political implications are pretty pretty significant. Um, I guess in the sense that the British individual, he is going to want to appropriate the state, probably, in such a way that it's less oppressive, whereas Chris is really questioning the foundation of the state, the presuppositions that it's built on, something like that. Did I watch the Varn podcast? No, not yet. I should. I forgot about that. Today, I went and I was turtling today. I read some Hegel today, and I was trying not to lose my mind. So I wasn't, here, I should put this somewhere else so I'll make it better. I'll remember it better. But no, I haven't watched it yet. I'll get to it. Thoughts on WoW copying Guild Wars 2? WoW copies every MMO. Okay, listen, it's part of the game. You gotta copy the other MMOs, you gotta copy what they're doing right. Oh, the flying mounts, is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay. I don't know anything about Guild Wars 2, but that might be what you're referring to. Listen, you gotta copy, you gotta refine your product. Okay? No one plays Guild Wars. Stay mad, okay? You can call it the best MMO of the decade, but no one plays that. I'd say the state, although I did try playing it because some of my guildmates were very mad, as happens every expansion. The state can be taken to be the management of the constant breakdown between freedom as the basis of labor and the unfreedom of our relation to capital. Right. Yeah, you could say that. I'm not sure about that perception or that way of putting it. It doesn't necessarily strike me as wrong. But I'm more sympathetic to the idea that the problem is the basis that the state is built on, being built on these suppositions, rather than that the state is managing something. It seems to me that the managing is kind of like a symptom or an after effect, but really the question is, what is the state built on? What is the state built on at the level of what we're conscious of as the horizon of possibility and the purpose of a state, and all of that. Okay, well, good luck at work. Okay, good luck finding your consciousness and labor, not being alienated and all that. I don't know. I have to force a joke every time, but have a good day. Okay, you have a good one, my brave. One of my favorite brave viewers. What is the subject of the state? Yeah. Yeah, do you mean how the state conceives of itself? Like, what is its own aims, its own self-sustaining, subsisting, like all that sort of thing, or what do you mean by that? Oh, okay. Subject in terms of okay, the liberal state is the individual. The socialist state is the party. I mean, are you sympathetic to the party being the subject? Because I am not sympathetic to the party being the subject. I think Chris would say the subject in socialism would be the individual. It would just be that the individual wouldn't appear in the same way as it does to us now. That now the individual feels alienated, is incoherent, aligns on these class lines, these misapprehensions, whatever, and the socialist society, in the Marx sense, according to Chris Cutrone at least, would be a different form of the individual, which could coalesce into something like a party, but not in the sense of what we think of as like the party line or the actually existing parties, especially in the Soviet Union or whatever. It wouldn't be like that, I think. But and I would disagree with the idea that I'm not sympathetic to any of these positions, but I don't see my own personal horizon. Okay. I mean, fair. That's fair. I guess the way I see it as society and the state are necessarily going to be an attempt to represent the individual and represent interests insofar as they reflect the individual and create the greatest amount of flourishing and the greatest amount of self-consciousness or whatever. And so if I'm a liberal, I would say that the state does that through its various methods it does now, through democracy, through voting, through whatever. And then if I take up the Marxist critique, the critique would be, that there's a lot of misapprehensions that require us to reassess what the individual is and what that could look like. Yeah, listen, guys, we watched it. I probably shouldn't stream too much longer, but I'll stream a little bit longer. I guess I'll upload this, or I'll leave it up, and people can watch me react to this. I don't like the idea of having like a giant mess of streams uploaded on my account, but I guess that's the direction I'm going in. So, why not? We'll see how it goes. But if anyone has any questions relating to the topic, the presentation, or any other subjects, I would be happy to hear it. Taking calls? Yeah, I mean, I'm open to calls anytime. If you're okay with having like a short conversation really fast and you want to do that, we can do that now. If you would prefer only a longer conversation, it's probably going to have to wait for another day. Because I probably shouldn't be up for it. Like, our last conversation was a few hours, and like I would love to have a conversation like that, but I probably shouldn't be up for that long. So we can wait if you want to have a longer conversation. If you want to have a shorter conversation really fast, if you have a few things you want to say, that's totally cool too. Happy to have you on for a few minutes to wrap up what we're talking about. And a short talk. Well, listen, I mean, you're going to have a hard time proselytizing to those of us here, okay? We've done a lot of thinking. And there's probably a reason why we don't like religion, But I haven't banned you, so, good luck. Good luck. Good luck in your quest. I don't like oaths very much, so I'm good on that one. Okay, we've got Rudi calling in here. Okay, well, that took a long time. That was a long connection. How's it going?
Hello. I don't know if we are in sync or not. Maybe it's my internet acting up.
It might be. Okay, I turned you up a bit. Let me know, anyone in chat, what the audio levels are like. If I'm a lot louder than him, let me know. But
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yes, it was a very good talk, I think, on... First of all, nice to talk to you. Hello.
Yep. Hello. Nice to talk to you too.
I think that was a very good talk by Cutrone. And I just wanted to bring up, maybe take it a little bit further, but I also want to understand your position when you say you wonder about the basis of the state. What are you thinking about?
Yeah, sorry, let me remove this thing from my... Okay. Yeah, so what I'm thinking about is kind of a Rousseau classical Enlightenment I think I mentioned this before, but in my opinion, the state is an attempt to unite the democratic interests of the individual and the interests of society, and sort of to adjudicate that in a reciprocal way. So the interests of a particular group are not put above any other particular group. That there isn't like an elite class that can oppress the others. The point of the state is really to accommodate the interests of the greatest amount of people and give them a life to, you know, live that consciousness. And so the state is kind of a way to reconcile that, even in its like
Yeah.
earliest conception, even before you had like necessarily a state. Like the purpose of the king is to provide the means and the security for people to have their own existence, right? So there's like a sense of that,
Yeah.
a very primitive sense, but there's a sense of that all the way through. I would say.
Okay. And so then my next question is, I get that, and I agree that it's Rousseauian and Enlightenment and uh, French and English republicanism, bourgeois republicanism, and I appreciate that. But is there, once we move into the 19th century with the entering of Bonapartism as a political necessity, um, would you agree that we have entered a different stage in the development of society, and so the quality of what the state can be changes?
Um, I think it's definitely different than what would have been perceived or idealized by those thinkers before that. I'm not sure. So I think I've mentioned that there's kind of a development of liberalism. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and Marxists, I think, tend to take the position that that development is really the corruption of capitalism and the contradiction of liberalism. It's something like that in Bonapartism. Whereas I would say it might be the case if I'm defending the Bonapartist state, I see the Bonapartist state as a greater achievement, but also a struggle.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not always a good
Mm-hmm.
thing, right? You could I would say that Hitler's Germany is like a result of that in some sense. So it's a greater achievement, but also a struggle to really unlock like complete possibility, right? Like how can we actually secure, I guess, production, and the rule of law is also another really big one for me. How can we
Mm-hmm.
secure the rule
Mm-hmm.
of law? And I think in some senses the Bonapartist state and the modern state are infinitely better at harnessing the forces of society, economic forces, and the rule of law, and stabilizing society in that manner. And I think that's actually a good thing according to liberal values. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a progression in that sense. Um, and yeah, so I would admit that it has like negative downsides, but I'm not fully convinced. I'm not sure that there isn't a way to defend it on those terms.
Mm-hmm. 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 And um, how would you reckon with the how do you reckon with the necessity of the state becoming, in contrast to the earlier liberal conception of it, which I also see in Kant and Hegel, um, like that the state in Bonapartism becomes an entity
Right.
itself.
Right.
Like, is there something? Is there something? Um, or like, how do you reckon with the fact that in a certain way the state is cannot be an entity? It cannot be a subject, like society is, um, because the state needs to uh, adjudicate, where in society difference is worked through more organically by people exercising their public reason. Um,
Right.
and in the state, in the Bonapartist state, there is a necessary a monopoly on violence.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you reckon with that?
Yeah. Yeah. Someone in chat is talking about how the chief development of the state and modernity. Sometimes my brain stops functioning temporarily. Comes down to making its territory and its people legible in the sense that they can be bureaucratically managed most advantageously to a centralized power. So that's something that someone said in chat, and it's something that I would build on a bit and also respond to you with, which is that
Yeah.
I see the state in becoming this kind of autonomous body with a bureaucracy. I see this as it becoming a tool for civil society, and this is the most charitable interpretation, right? What it would be ideally, but I think I see it as a possibility for civil society to become instrumentalized in a way which makes it. So, for example, like if you had an older society, there could be a society's morality and society's ethics and law, but there was absolutely zero way to enforce it. Like it was absolutely not enforceable at all. And that was, in my opinion, one of the biggest problems with a previous form of society. And so while the Enlightenment liberals may have seen it that if you limit the state, if you empower civil society, it can adjudicate things on its own more organically, like you mentioned. I would see it that is insufficient. I don't see civil society or potentially as being able to adjudicate itself. I see the state as being a tool, an arm for adjudicating civil society more effectively than they could be otherwise. So I don't see that necessarily as a tension. But
and is that an inherent quality in society, in civil society for you? This impossibility or this inability to adjudicate itself?
Yeah, I mean, I won't say I'm 100% convinced of it, but I think I would say so. Yeah, I think so far where I'm coming from, yeah, I think I would say that it's inherent in society that that it has some like ceiling or some limitation. Yeah.
And so that's and we talk about bourgeois society right now, correct?
Right.
Or do we talk like a trans-historical notion of society?
Probably both. Yeah, I guess I would see it as both. I would see it as kind of like a libertarian. Like obviously, there's the stereotypical libertarian argument where libertarians are like, if we just had the state gone and we just like ran our own society, things would be better. I see that very much as regression. I see there being something in the state that is beneficial for civil society itself.
Yeah.
And not just beneficial, but actually directly related to civil society. It's not like a warden type responsibility where the bureaucracy knows better than society. Ideally, the bureaucracy is directly controlled by civil society organically, and then it just becomes more effective as a tool.
Okay, so I take you to take up the Hegelian position of like the bureaucrat is just a tool, just a function, and society and like in this sense it is empty, and society uses this bureaucracy for its own ends, like how he perceived the Prussian state.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sympathetic to that characterization.
Yeah. Okay. So if and this inherent quality of society, is it because of tensions in society? Like how do you explain the ceiling that you talked about?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure. I feel like I'd have to investigate it more, but it is something like there's necessarily okay. So if you put yourself in some like brand new environment, if it's like a video game, it could be really anything. If you try to organize a functioning organ in that thing and you try to organize it like on your own, it's just going to be infinitely less effective than if there's like sort of a structure and a means to do so. I just feel like if you look at history, anytime that things are attempted to be organized on their own terms, and this is where the rule of law comes in for me, they're
Mm-hmm.
liable to be corrupted to their own ends. So there is something about like the human being as self-interested. I don't think the human being is like purely self-interested. Like I don't think that's like the human being is a
Mm-hmm.
self-interested. Like I think there's probably something more there. But I do think that there is a kind of a natural tension between the ends of a human being, and I think you need kind of a legal rule of law order to harness those tensions in the most effective way. Kind of like the very American idea of the American system is that you would harness the tensions, the natural tensions, and intentionally design the system around them. Right? I mean, that's a
Mm-hmm.
big
Mm-hmm.
American thing. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, I'm very
Exactly.
sympathetic to that.
And that's yeah, and this is exactly how this why I brought this up and how this relates to the talk we just listened to. Because Cutrone makes the claim, and I very much agree with it, and I'm interested what you think about it, that Cutrone says the bourgeois subject, our idea about like our concept about society and our subjectivity necessarily involves our ability to transform our nature. So the question that arises out of that for me is why goes this ability of changing our nature in our social relations via our social relations in cooperation, why does this go awry? In a sense that you have, like in France, you have these constant revolutions, because I try to make it concrete now a bit. You have these permanent revolutions, right? And society is um, broken up into these different factions who try to find out what would be best for us to continue. And this comes to a point where it can no longer be democratically adjudicated. But this is a new development in relation to the French Revolution, where it was possible that society, um, the third estate, attained enough cohesion to overthrow the order up to that point, the feudal order. But in after this and through the process of industrial revolution, strangely enough, this ability of forming cohesion is to a degree lost, and you get all these factions in society where the Bonapartist leader has to come in and adjudicate this only by force. And in this sense, um, uh, how to put it, like um, that's why I bring up management. It has, in a sense, someone has to say, I can embody all these tensions and resolve them.
Right.
But that also involves no one really getting what they want, right? He cannot resolve it in the way that he says, like, okay, the ordo liberals, the actual conservative liberals, they are completely correct. I now embody this strain in society because it's actually the movement of freedom and necessity. Like in the Hegelian sense, I saw what the necessity is, I gain consciousness of it, and I make the wager that my judgment will, in the development of history, display itself as correct. But he has to suppress everyone, right? He can not give any faction all that they want. He has to curtail rights, give certain rights in a very uh, split up way. Actually, it's this. He has to make all these weird compromises, and he's only able to do that by making all these uh, backroom deals with people. He has politics cannot be so publicly displayed anymore, but he actually has to take up this sense of what Chris Cutrone calls skullduggery.
Right.
That was a lot, sorry. But
No, yeah. Yeah, I mean there's one sense in which I can take this up to make my partisan point, like reiterate my problem with the
Mhm.
the art conversation, but I don't want to take that up right away. So there is something in what you describe as like the ability to change our own nature. Obviously, earlier while we were listening to the conversation, I noted that I'm skeptical of the idea of like a previous version of consciousness, or the mystified, misapprehended version of like a peasant consciousness or something like that. So I think that is something I would need to resolve, because I am skeptical of our ability to completely change our nature in that sense, and completely change like the conditions of possibility for our own being and our own relations to each other. But and then the second point is, I guess I'm not sure. I understand what you're saying about how the state has to kind of, in an unsatisfying way, meet the interests in a way that isn't like a true resolution to the problem. Which that makes sense, but I'm also like, is that not? Is it not necessarily brought in under the concept of unity that each side is going to be unsatisfied? Like necessarily, when you unite different sides, they have different priorities, different ambitions, and so necessarily you have to give them different bits and pieces to be happy with. That's kind of the whole point of civil society, is that one interest group has this preferred aim, and so you grant them some degree of what they want, but there's another interest group and they also have a lot of power and a lot of representation, and so you give them some degree, and this is kind of it seems to me, a necessary thing that you have when you have unity. It doesn't seem to me that is necessarily a way to resolve the entire thing and unify completely. I'm not sure. Yeah, it doesn't seem to me that there's necessarily a way to do that.
Yes, but I think now we are getting somewhere, because isn't the base liberal conception that we can gain understanding of ourselves as individuals, and by the ability to judge via our reason, and gain insight with our reason, like, isn't that the conception of that we can be convinced as free subjects, that we don't need to be ordered, but we can gain understanding?
Yeah, I think I would agree to that idea. That I think I would agree that that's a pretty fundamental idea, but I'm not sure that that contradicts the idea that different parties are going to be unhappy, right? I mean, you can perfectly agree to the state of things, the society that you live under, even if you aren't given everything that you want. Like, there's going to be some disunity, some dissatisfaction, even though every party is agreeing to it, of their own. I don't think those are necessarily contradictory. I don't think what I'm arguing for, that you can have a fractured unity, everyone's kind of unsatisfied. There's an attempt to get people what they want in a fractured manner. I don't think that necessarily contradicts the idea that everyone is engaged in society of their own subjective will, their own interest, their own, willingly.
I think it does. In the moment that the Bonapartist leader comes in and says, like, either you are for me or you are against me, he has to order this cohesion. He cannot. That's the moment when Louis Bonaparte declares himself, what is it again? I think emperor or something, right? Like,
Yeah, emperor.
I'm the
Yeah,
dictator.
emperor. Yeah.
That's emperor. That's the moment where he says, like, okay, all these compromises, you are never all happy. right? You cannot fucking sit down and get your act together. What I have to do, I cannot do by the tools you are willing to give me. And he says that both to society and to parliament. And he says that also his justification for that is that he says, and I will enable you all to continue, both you society and you parliament, by ordering your cohesion.
Right. I mean,
That
I'm
is the
not.
moment where I say, yeah,
I'm not. I mean, I'm not defending Louis. I mean, I would never in a million years defend Louis Bonaparte, right? Obviously. So there is something about the way that the state forms in the Bonapartist, in the specific example of France at that time, that I am like that. That seems to me to be absolutely antithetical, anti-liberal. That's what. So where it is, I guess, like the real question here is, where do you think my conception necessarily includes that structure, that event? Because that's really the question, right? If I'm defending the liberal state, I'm not defending Louis Bonaparte. I'm defending a particular form of the liberal state, which I believe is outside of that. Whereas you would be making the argument that they're intrinsically linked. So how would we resolve that?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. I have to think about that a bit longer. Maybe I cannot even give you an immediate answer because I don't want to just slop over it. I think it has something to do. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. I think it has something to do with my point about why I think your conception of the liberal state necessarily involves the Bonapartist conception of the state, because I would say there is, in our current historical moment and the present, there is no other conception of the state. In reality, right? Like all states function like this. And I think one of the reasons, not the only one, but one of the reasons is that there's the ideology of the insufficiency of civil society in the background. And I don't want it, I want to make this very clear. It's not that I say this is only propaganda. In our current historical present, there is a true necessity for this. If we say capitalism is the end of the horizon, then the state is correct. Then people have to be managed, our discontents, we need all these compromises. But if we say there are pathologies which arise out of the structure of our social relations and the social relation of labor that point beyond this, like the pathologies are both an obstacle and pointing beyond themselves to what society should be, then I think the liberal state is the permanent obstacle to the development of what should be. And in that sense, it is Louis Bonaparte saying, I have to order you for your own good. Because his apprehension of the necessities are, they don't go deep enough. He's not able to go further beyond himself. And that's the way that I perceive of the state becoming an end for itself.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That does make sense. My only issue is that I still, I mean, yeah, I know you said you don't have necessarily an answer for it now. That's fine, but it, like, I think your conception makes sense to me. I understand it. Like, I understand that if you see there being conditions of possibility above this, then the state necessarily is in the way. But what I reject is the idea that necessarily the state acts in that way all the time. I think there is a distinction between the kind of state that we have now and the kind of state that existed under Louis Bonaparte. I think there's a substantive difference between those two states. And the question really is, does that difference matter, or is it irrelevant because of what you mentioned? Because I agree with you, if I bought into every premise that you used to get to that conclusion, I would agree with you that ultimately the state is in the way, and ultimately the difference, it doesn't matter as much. But nonetheless, I think there is a substantive difference. And from my standpoint, resolving that difference, or the understanding of that difference, is important to me. And bringing up obviously the context of this conversation is somewhat, I mean, we were talking about it before, but somewhat my debate with Doug. To me,
Yeah.
being unable to resolve the dispute on the substance of what the state is, to me, being unable to resolve that is a problem. Like that's a problem for me, because it just seems so clear to me that there is a difference in substance, and if I can't resolve that, if it's only dealt with in this one way, then it's a lot harder for me to integrate it myself. Even if I understand it from your perspective, it's a lot harder for me to integrate it myself when I feel like this substance isn't being addressed appropriately. This particular distinction.
Okay, I try to restate what I hear from you. You say you think there can be, or there is a possibility of the state of Louis Bonaparte being different from, let's say, the liberal state of, like, what would be a form of liberal state that you think is different, like in recent history? Like, would it be New Deal USA, or would it be before that, or?
In different ways, and I would have to address each case specifically, but really any modern liberal state, I think, is substantively different. I mean, they're not all the same, but I mean, really any I would uphold as an example of a difference here.
Yeah, because they are not so openly tyrannical, or?
Well, they have a functioning, so they have a functioning parliament, they have a functioning, so Louis Bonaparte's republic, it had absolutely no regard for the public will in actuality, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he abolished the parliament entirely. When the parliament did exist, he, used it in a corrupt way, which is more of a gray area, but I would still have a big problem there. And then once he completely abolishes parliament, he says there's no parliament anymore, I'm just emperor. Obviously, there's nothing liberal about that, right? In comparison to the modern society, I would say there's civil society, there's interest groups, there is a separate branch of parliament. In the case of the U.S., there is the president constrained by parliament. There's a rule of law. There was no rule of law in his rule of law is really important to me. I think it's left out of this conversation. The ability for there to be a legal tradition that the officials must be held to. Obviously, in the American conception, we conceive of it as a separate branch. I think it doesn't necessarily have to be formed that way, but something like that. Whereas in Louis Bonaparte, there was no judge who could say it's illegal for you to abolish the parliament, which there should have been in my conception. Yeah. So all of these are really important distinctions that I think are present in, a ton of liberal democratic countries across the world today.
So there's no Supreme Court, right? In Louis Bonaparte's France is no corrective institution, which can curtail his powers.
Right, and there's no democratic element. There's no direct connection to the people through voting. There's no direct connection to the people through representation in parliament, through interest groups. All of these elements of society are just gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And would you think about, like, the Bismarckian Prussian state? Would you take that to involve checks and balances?
My understanding is that it didn't really have checks and balances. My understanding is that the checks and balances in the Prussian state would have been more, they weren't true. Ultimately, Bismarck ran the state. I mean, there was even an emperor above Bismarck, but the emperor didn't have control over Bismarck, right? That's why we call it Bismarck, because
Yeah.
he ran the entire state. Not even the emperor was a check on Bismarck, really. There wasn't a strong rule of law, independent like judicial tradition. Ultimately, the rule of law was subject to Bismarck, right? And so I would say it fails that test.
Mm.
There was no parliament that could assert itself against Bismarck. I think it would fail that test. I think it would fail the civil society aspect. Like ultimately, civil rights are obviously a big part of civil society. So we spoke about how Bismarck would just like it was very anti-free speech, anti-organization, whatever, and these were big things that obviously Marx was opposed to, and I would have huge
Yeah.
problems with that. I would have huge problems with that. That's very oppressive of civil society, of any democratic impulse is being just stamped out at that point. So all of those things I think are missing.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Um, all right. I'm asking all that to get a better understanding of how you conceive of like the kind of state you put against you make the distinction between Bonapartist state um, and liberal modern state. But isn't the monopoly of power, right? Because I would say that's the most important thing about the Bonapartist state is the monopoly of power. It is not the dictator, but it is the state reserving the right to have a monopoly of power and to explaining this right as a necessity against because of the tendency in society towards crisis.
Right.
That there is a possibility of crisis arising out of society, and so the state necessarily needs a standing army and needs police as a tool, like as a inwardly trained army, right?
Yeah.
Because the police is not only bobbies, and it's not only we have some pepper spray and we might have handguns, but the police also has these like riot tanks and rubber guns and all of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I really think we have to resolve, and we probably can't do it right now. But I really do think the core issue here is what we were talking about consciousness and like state of nature and how we can change things.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I see
I agree.
I've always seen like kind of the idea of like a utopian society where you don't need police. I've always seen that as very easy to dismiss, and I think it is easy to dismiss when you hear it from, like abolish the police types or libertarians. Like these types of people, I think are not serious. Now, when you
Mm-hmm.
make this like more complicated Hegelian argument about a longer process, a deeper process, a more fundamental process, I'm open to that argument. I'm not dismissive of it, but it is a lot. It is still difficult for me to conceptualize and put into practice. It's still difficult for me to understand how truly it would be in actuality possible to um, not have the state enforce itself, for example. That seems to me
Yeah,
like a very basic
yeah,
assumption. But yeah, it really does
yeah.
get back to that fundamental question. So
Okay, let me maybe um, not to get one upon you, but to like for further conversation raise something that can work in the back of our heads, and I'm also interested what you think about it, so then we can go about our day and our night.
okay, sounds
Is
good.
that cool with you?
Yep, sounds good.
About this point, I think we should really um, work through the conceptions and like the presuppositions of psychologism, of like saying what has changed in our between the like early liberal what we perceive as utopian conception of the human through the development of like two world wars, dictatorships, dictatorships backed by masses of people. That's all in the back of our thinking and our experience of the world today. Both of us, I think, Dylan.
Yeah.
And what are the assumptions in psychologism of this, like the human is at base an animal, and over that is a veneer of civilization, which is attained by huge amounts of energy are required for this veneer of civilization. And how does this conception, how is this conception in tension with a liberal conception of the human? Because I think there are actually contradictions in that.
Interesting. Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to think more about that, and I'd be happy to have a longer sequential conversation about all of this, because there's a lot to talk about here. So I'd be really happy to do that. Yeah.
Cool. Then take care.
Yeah,
Thank
you
for
too.
talking to me.
Yeah, I really
Bye.
appreciate talking to you again, and yeah, I hope we talk again soon.
Cool. Bye bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Take care. Okay. What do you mean by the hyper agent? I'm not sure what that means. In this, well, I can guess, but I think it'd be better if you elaborated. Well, I mean, I think which part are you not sure about? So I think he's making a few different points, but they're related and they're important. So he conceives as the state as a problem in and of itself that is definitely related to capitalism, but in capitalism, the state has become a independent, bureaucratized, dangerous actor, and he's very interested in critiques of the state on that level. And I'm defending the idea that the state actually upholds some liberal values, and yeah, I would be happy to clarify as well. But I guess Rudi's in chat, so maybe, you know. Yeah, I think he is upholding the state as a monolith actor. Yeah, there is the state becomes twisted into its own ends. Very relying heavily on the Bonapartist idea that Louis Bonaparte, his interest is not the interest of any one class. It's very much, and it's not necessarily his own interest either. It's very much the interest of the state, of administering things, of managing things. I mean, this is really what he's talking about, is that the state, because the liberal fantasy, right, what I'm upholding is the idea that the state is adequately addressing the democratic interests of the people, that it's addressing, all these different things. And Rudi's saying, no, the state is really its own thing. It's addressing its own ends. It's no longer able to fulfill this liberal fantasy of addressing the interests of civil society, creating policy based on civil society. It's really managing crisis. It's managing the different classes. It's managing all these things, at times aggressively, at times not, but implicitly the threat of violence is there. It has to aggressively uphold its own existence. Something like that. So, and ultimately he's saying, the point of him bringing this up is that he wants to transcend that. He wants to have a society that doesn't rely on this state. He thinks that the state is a contradiction of the human being being able to exercise their own will as society. The state is not an adequate reflection of society, and thus we should be able to imagine a human being outside the state. And my problem with that is I have certain presumptions about human consciousness that make it difficult for me to imagine the state being abolished or unnecessary, including the violent aspects of the state. So I think that's what we're talking about here, and I think it's an interesting, important conversation. Which hopefully I'll talk to him again soon. I don't know. Maybe we could have like an official podcast episode or something, but hopefully we have a longer conversation because it is an interesting conversation. It's related to some of the problems on the left, or some of where Doug is coming from on the state sublation in general, and also Platypus, Chris Cutrone. So it's related to that. I think Rudi has his own spin on things, which I'm really interested in, but it's related to all of that as well. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if the state was just gone, it would be. Yeah, so you're definitely not advocating for, like I said, the libertarian. Let's just get rid of the state magically. You're advocating for a society to somehow, which I'm heavily skeptical of this, but somehow society would truly be able to administer itself without the need for a state. But you acknowledge that there has to be some sort of development, some sort of change, that it wouldn't work with only the, if it's a recipe, you can't just abolish the state. There's other parts of the recipe to cook, the good things. If there are corporations that act in ways that have broad impact on the population, this has implications on statehood. Yeah, that's true. I think corporations, this is a more difficult ground for me. But I think one of the benefits to the state is that the state can manage corporations, that corporations can act as a highly productive force that is incredibly effective for organizing labor, of course, and organizing capital and all of that. And that's really the benefit of corporations. But the problem with corporations is that they aren't democratic. They aren't. They have very singular interests. They aren't interested in negative externalities that come from their activity, and thus the state is very beneficial there. And you could say the fact that needs to be managed. Rudi would probably say, that the fact that needs to be managed is a problem. Our society shouldn't have to have this corporation causing devastation and production, and how you have to have a state come in and aggressively enforce something workable there. Rather, you wouldn't have capitalist corporations, of course, and you wouldn't have an aggressive state. These would be resolved, reconciled. There would be a stronger civil society, a stronger basis. But yeah, from my perspective, you ought to acknowledge the benefits and the absolute problems that corporations pose. And harness them and regulate them, and I think that's okay. But I also understand why that can be unsatisfactory, and it feels rough, let's say. So I'm sympathetic to what Rudi would say about that. I don't think we can easily have monolithic things like society and state. It's quite fractured, but I recognize that makes me post-left. Yeah, how dare you be post-left? This is a traditional Marxist stream run by someone who is a self-declared liberal, so you're not welcome here, okay? Yeah, but I actually don't think Rudi would necessarily disagree with that. Speaking for him here, but I think he would say, and I know that Chris Cutrone would say something like this: our monolithic conception of state and society would not be in place in this situation. Rather, the task is to overcome state and society as they appear to us now. And so we would have a completely different thing that could appear all sorts of different ways, and it wouldn't line up with a monolithic conception at all, the way that you might be thinking of it. So the point is not to uphold that distinction. The point is rather to abolish that distinction altogether. And this actually connects to what Chris was talking about in the presentation we watched, which is that the way that concepts are conceived and related to changes in history. So we relate to history and the state a certain way now, but we would want to overcome that. So I don't think he would. I definitely don't think he has like a monolithic, one-sided way. I think he really does want to overcome the basis of how we would recognize those institutions or those features. I recognize the state as having already become conglomerated in the sense that the federal government is already on peerhood terms with some corporations. I don't agree at all, I think. I don't agree. I can see why you would think that, but I don't think I agree with that. I think corporations are very much subordinate to the state. I think they have interests, and I think those are, for good reasons and bad reasons, represented. But I just don't think that any corporation or any industry is powerful enough to control the government. I just don't think that's the case. I think the government is entirely too strong and multifaceted at this point, and perhaps you see that as a bad thing, which obviously Rudi would see that as a bad thing, but I think the government is entirely too complex and powerful and necessary for society for it to be controlled by corporations. So I don't think I would agree with that. Maybe you could elaborate more on what you mean by that, but I don't think I agree with that because I just don't see any corporations or any industry. Yeah, but I mean, what would be the proxy? Because, well, we're gonna have to get into this is a side conversation. I'll put it this way, and this is very unpopular among many liberals, let alone leftists. I don't buy into the idea that money controls politics. I think the structure of capitalism controlling politics is an idea that I can easily understand. But money specifically, I'm not very sympathetic to. Those are very different things, right? So if capitalism controls politics, there's kind of a system with which the politicians in society must operate under, and that makes sense to me. But the idea that money specifically corrupts politics, I'm not very sympathetic to. I think that politicians have interests, and I think these interests are fairly connected and related to what their constituents want. I think corporations have a part to play, but I don't think they have like outsized. Yeah, I did mention industries. I think I don't think industries either. Although industries obviously have more control, I see industries as a part of civil society. I see industries as, a given industry has workers involved in it. People often, like, this is one problem I have, is that if we're talking about fossil fuel industry controlling the government, right? The problem I have is that that's not a cynical capitalist interest. That's also the livelihood of workers, right? And so there's a necessity to address the concerns of the workers and the owners. And both are implicated, and it actually makes sense that you would want industries to have control in politics as representatives of jobs. But that should never be so outsized that politics is corrupted, right? That should be very much handled appropriately. It's a very fine line, essentially. It's a very difficult line for us liberals to address. How much input from an industry is democratic, is civil society on behalf of the workers, etc., and how much of it is corruption. It's a very difficult line to draw and a difficult thing to resolve. Couple things. How can then state become an end in itself? It is not monolithic. If it appears fractures due to plasticity of late modernity, and hence would be an end in itself. That might be true. I mean, I'm more sympathetic. I mean, I don't agree with the idea that the state is an end in itself. I mean, what I was saying to him was that I think the state is also accountable to civil society, and it's more complicated than that. So I would agree with you in that sense. But I think when he says the state is an end in itself, he doesn't mean that like the state exists in a vacuum, but he does mean that it has its own goals that can't be described or attributed to civil society. At least that's like a weaker version of his claim, but I think it's pretty important. So it's not necessarily that kind of thing, but Twitter and Facebook, Well, here's the thing. I don't think those are very good examples for you because Twitter and Facebook are they augment society. And really the way that they affected politics was by the government not controlling them. If we're being honest, right? I mean, if we're being honest, I'm not saying it would be good if the government had direct control, but the way that they affected politics was by being outside of the government, by being completely outside of the government, by maximizing their corporate ends and fostering an environment that affected politics in a way I would say negatively. And so actually if the state was more intertwined with those companies, I would say that would be a good thing. If and only if the state protected the speech environment that those companies, have. So it would be another case of managing. It would be another case of understanding that corporations are going to maximize their ends, and we need to regulate them to the extent that that's harmful for society. So I think that's actually an example of industries being unregulated, which was not so much an effect of them controlling the government, but rather the state. Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying. They affected politics in a way that suited their ends. Exactly. And the way they did that was because the government didn't take a stance on them, right? I mean, what we would actually want is the government to take an active interest in those corporations and to get harness or get rid of or regulate the negative ends that they had. But that's not really an example of the state being compromised by industry. Rather, it's an example of the state being agnostic towards industry and having negative effects due to that. So I think that's a different kind of case. Because I think the problem there is really the fact that the state acts like it has no interest, rather than like. I hear what you're saying. I just think that the only reason they were able to do that was because of a very like particular period of time when the government was taking it was just stepping out of that problem. I'm not sure that I would agree with peerhood necessarily, because I think it was kind of a example of like a naive, blooming like industry that didn't yet come into its own, and that upon coming into its own would be heavily subordinated to the state. So I see what you mean, but I would just perceive I would perceive that slightly differently. I think it's something like that. Okay. Anyways, I need to end in the next few minutes. So, if anyone else has any bonus wacky questions, any crazy statements, any lurkers in the chat who aren't typing, I highly recommend you type to get your secret question out there. Any bonus stuff, I'll stream for another few minutes, and then I gotta head out. I don't normally stream this long, but we had a task. We had a task at hand. We had to watch the content. I think the guy that suggested it isn't even here anymore, but that's okay. That's my favorite chatter, my strongest warrior, so it's okay. I guess I'll upload this one and people can watch my reaction. That'll be interesting. Again, I don't want to rely too much on live streams, but I guess that's where I'm going for now. Yeah, I appreciate you being in chat for a huge part of the stream. A lot of valuable thoughts, valuable insights, so I appreciate it. Anyone else who hasn't chatted, if you don't want to be permanently banned, you have to type. It doesn't work that way, but anyway. Anyone's hanging out. Any bonus secret questions? What did I just do? Well, that was a little concerning. Okay. With my first React stream, it's very intense on that basis. Okay, last call for any burning questions, toxic comments. Anything you got? Last call. I have to. This text file is getting longer. I just got here, so just to give me a chance. You do need a chance. Aren't Bernie and Jeremy Corbyn assigned democratic socialism on the way out? Depends on what you mean by that. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. So it's hard for me to respond. I mean, I think for whatever way you look at it, what they're offering is insufficient, right? Yeah, again, I'd like you to elaborate a bit more on what you mean by that, but whatever they're offering seems to be insufficient. It seems to grab a population of people that aren't very engaged in the political process, and they're also not engaged in this Marxist project or task or whatever it is. So it does seem to be kind of a dead end, and I can't say I have a lot of sympathy for it as a project. I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, it's okay. I don't have like this like intense dislike towards it, but I do have an intense dislike towards its fans, if I'm being honest. But not. I like Bernie, is what I should say. Oh, sorry, I just started the presentation on accident. I like Bernie as a person, as a politician, but I don't think that project of like populist, radical, democratic, liberal politics, I don't think that's a good end. I don't think it's good from my liberal point of view. I don't think it's good from, a grander point of view, but yeah, it depends on what you mean by that, really. I'm also not sure, like, I wouldn't really call them as democratic socialism, describe them that way. I would say they're really just soc dems, social democrats. So that's also another distinction I would draw. I think they're really just interested in kind of a form of radical critiquing liberalism, which I think is insufficient towards, again, both liberalism and socialism. But that's my opinion on them. I think people have this idea that you could argue, like, we've got Mamdani, we've got the oligarchs tour or whatever with AOC and Bernie, but I'm just not very. I don't think that's a genuine political movement. I think that'll die out. I think it's a very cyclical, questionable movement, but we'll see. Anything else, guys? Don't be afraid to chat. I'm not intimidating. I'm a nice guy. I'm the nicest guy on the planet. Gonna end stream very soon. But I would love to get some random bonus comments in here at the end. If you're interested in learning about Marxism or whatever, you can go back in the stream. I myself am not like a committed Marxist, but I'm like interested in Marxism and learning about it, so that's what I'm doing here. Just for the sake of learning and growing and, really questioning ourselves and holding ourselves to our own beliefs and all of that. I think that's good. So that's what I'm doing over here. I post podcasts, interviews with academics, or sometimes I might be branching out into debates online. So I really care about like educational, informative, good faith content. I also like a bit of more aggressive content. So if you're interested in either of those, or especially the unity of those, check it out. Check it out, guys. I guess I should advertise on my stream. I never advertise. Ever. Because it's annoying and no one likes it, but maybe I should do that for once. I am interested in more than just Marxism, but mostly that's all I've been talking about, although in different forms, a lot of it relating to Trump, so it's very, there's a lot of Trump involved. I am interested in other subjects, but I haven't fully branched out yet. Well, Pete Hegseth in chat was wondering, what do I think of Peter Thiel? Not a fan. Not a fan at all. I don't like that guy. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like. Okay, well, I'll say a few things. I don't necessarily want to lean into the conspiracy, like Peter Thiel like runs the world. He's like a demon. I don't want to lean into that too much, but I do think he has too much influence, and too much. I think he's given too much purchase as like an intellectual when he really isn't one. And second, building on that point, I really do not like this like modern tech bro type of person who is very uneducated, extremely uneducated in matters of history, politics, philosophy, all of it. They just don't know anything about these subjects, and they think that because they are like above average intelligence, in some general sense, that they can like approach those subjects and just figure them out, and it just doesn't work that way. You have to actually take those subjects seriously. I'm not here to like gatekeep and say, oh, you need to read all these books to understand those subjects. No, not at all. I mean, you should read books, but you don't have to. The problem is really the level of arrogance and just absolute unaware of their own position they bring to the table. It's really pathetic and really frustrating. And the combination of him having influence in a negative sense, kind of reactionary, empty-minded regression of society, I think, and also having very little justification to take up that position with the lack of education. Not a fan. Don't like that. Don't like that guy. Don't appreciate it. I mean, just people like him and there's that, what was that, like Mark Andreessen or something, and then there's some other guy who has like a podcast. It's like the All In podcast, I think, and he's some kind of tech bro investor guy. And these people are just not smart. They're just not intelligent people. Like they're just truly not intelligent people. Which is why I care so much about making a designation about who is intelligent, because I think it matters. I think it has a real impact. What do we do? I mean, um, yeah, wants to end democracy. I think essentially, yeah. I think, I mean, I don't think he directly intends to end democracy, but I think he's essentially like an empty reactionary who would essentially regress society, like I said. So on in that way, level, I agree. And yeah, Vance being having his connection to him, yeah. I think what we have to do is, and this is what I'm doing with the podcast in some sense. We really have to ask ourselves, like, what is our society? What is our system? And do we believe in this system? If so, we have to defend it much more aggressively than we are now. And if we don't believe in it in our system, what's the alternative, right? So as a liberal, I have spent this whole time believing in the liberal state, the liberal order, the Constitution, for example, like these sorts of things are really important to me. And I think if we really believe in that, we have to defend it very aggressively, way more aggressively than we're doing now. So if we look at areas of society like the journalists don't believe in anything anymore. In general, journalists are just they're just angry and mad, and they like talking about whatever. But there's a strong lack of true principles guiding these people, and so I think we need to reorient ourselves and reground ourselves in our principles. We have to really defend like liberalism as an idea. And also, as part of that, I think we need to critique liberalism, but not from a regressive, reactionary, uneducated standpoint. I mean, we really have to deal with liberalism as it is. What are the problems with liberalism? And I'm talking to a lot of Marxists on this podcast. They don't agree with liberalism. They think liberalism is insufficient. Not in the sense that they think liberalism is evil, although some of them might, but not so much in that sense, but rather liberalism creates problems that are contradictory to its own aims. And so I'm talking to people like that to consider, as I think we all should, what would an alternative system look like? What would an alternative society look like? It's not as simple as an alternative system. It really is like a transformation of society. And, if you took that approach, it might be that people like Peter Thiel are a symptom of a insufficient society, that there's something about our society that we need to improve on. So, I think we have to really interrogate our own values as liberals and either defend them more coherently and cohesively than we did before, or come up with better values and defend those. Something like that. That's what I'm really interested in, is reassessing our values and what we believe in. That's really what I want to do on here with my tiny podcast. Because I don't think your average liberal can tell you why Peter Thiel is bad in a coherent way. I don't think they can. I don't think it's sufficient to the problem, at least. So, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing over here. It's difficult though. It's a difficult thing out here. I'm trying my best. One step at a time. One reaction stream at a time. I make zero money off of this, so I'm not compromised yet. I don't even know if I can. I'll give it a few more minutes for anything else. And then, otherwise we'll give it A good game. Am I still alive or did I ruin something? Okay, I think I'm still alive, hopefully. In the same page. Hopefully I'm still alive. But I saw your question. Do I have a streaming schedule? No, it's random right now. Mostly because I haven't decided. Like I said, like I'm mainly a podcast. I've interviewed people. So yeah, that's mainly what I'm doing right now. And then streaming was just kind of a random thing I started doing. So yeah, it's definitely random. Although maybe I should consider a schedule so people can start like filtering in and we can have like consistent conversations. That would be cool. So maybe I should fix that soon. But as it stands, it's just random. Although it's usually around the same times. So it's been around the same time of the night over here in the US for most of my streams. Which means I get a lot of Europeans. Recommended books? Well, I don't know what standpoint you're coming from. Like I normally talk to Marxists who are very familiar with a bunch of Marxist stuff. So books in general, yeah, I really have no idea where you're coming from. I would say if you haven't gotten into reading a lot, I would really recommend that you read some kind of like academic book for the first time, in case you haven't read something like that before. Again, I have no idea where you're coming from, so I apologize if this is like beneath you, but reading some academic history to get a sense of like what the debates are like, reading some philosophy primary texts, some classics. Hume is good. I'm a big fan of Hume. Hume is like is a pretty easy read, kind of, in a certain sense. I have like personal favorite books. So there's this book about the Mughal Empire in India, which was like the prevailing empire from like the 1500s to 1800s roughly, and it has a bunch of like individual essays about different aspects of the empire from one historian, and so I really enjoy that book. But that would be an example of like the academic history that I enjoy. But obviously, if you have no interest in India or whatever, that could be like a waste of your time. But yeah, I really like that book. It's there's also it's M. Attar Ali. If you just look up Mughal India Ali, Ali, you'll find it. Probably. Well, actually, yeah, at Oxford. Mughal India Ali, Oxford. You'll find it. Great book. But if you have no interest in Mughal India or history or whatever, that might be a problem. For Marxism, here's a big one. Big book recommendation. If you don't know anything about Marxism, or if you haven't read it, The 18th Brumaire by Marx, highly recommend it. It's pretty simple text. It's very dramatic. It's very polemical, and it's about a revolution in France you might not have even heard about. And it's really interesting in our current moment relating to Trump. It really describes like a historical event that Marx lived through, relating to Louis Bonaparte, who we were talking about earlier, taking power aggressively, and understanding that. 18th Brumaire, highly recommend it. Great book, and very interesting. Presenting a sort of a different side to Marxism than just like what you might imagine Marxism to be. the part I'm most interested in. Again, especially relating to Trump. Interesting. Yeah, reading his book. That's good. Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, I think I have a lot of, I think I have some good content about Marxism with people like Chris Cutrone. So Chris Cutrone and my talks, like that's a good place to start. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, I'd always be happy to help and happy to discuss with you and maybe make my own video, like Introduction to Marxism or whatever. I think the 18th Primaire won't really, it won't like tell you what Marxism is, but it will give you a sense of like what Marx can really be or what Marx is really saying about our current society in kind of a dramatic way. And then again, that won't give you answers, but it'll give you a sense of like where Marxists are coming from and I think a more respectable sense than what I previously thought, because previous to that I had very little respect for Marxists at all. I had like zero respect for Marxists, and that book, among other things, gained me a lot of respect for Marx and Marxists. I could do more educational content, like do short form videos, like educational stuff. I don't. That might get viewers. I don't know. Maybe that's something I should think about. There's a lot of different things that I haven't considered doing, so maybe I should consider that. But yeah, I'm always around to talk about these things or answer questions or whatever. You can contact me. I mean, I have a Twitter and I have like a Discord account, and so I'm around for stuff like that too. I don't mind. Going beyond the surface level is definitely something that I'm interested in doing. I don't want to get bogged down in like a ton of technical details all the time either. But striking some kind of balance and yeah, really breaking through subjects and getting to the heart of what's really at issue is really interesting to me. So that's what I'm trying to do in some unique way. Yeah, one last final call. I guess I'll have like a hard stop in like a few minutes at the top of the hour over here. I'll have a hard stop for the stream, but in the meantime, any other questions, thoughts, I'll answer. And then I will end stream, because it is indeed very late. And this is indeed a much longer stream than I usually do. We had some good content today, though. You know, we did a React stream. We watched Chris Cutrone presentation, the guy I was mentioning earlier. We had some discussion after that with Rudi. And we had some fantastic chat conversation as always. So great streams, great streams. I feel very lucky to have the ability to have any discussions on live stream. It's pretty cool. And all I had to do was start a podcast and interview some Marxist professors and academics and people. I need to get my puppy thing back on screen. The puppy is should be a classic part of the stream. There we go. Puppies are back. Yeah, I'm gonna be on for a few more minutes, so anything you guys got, I'd be happy to answer. Happy to talk about. Just casual streaming on the side with my podcast. My last upload was a debate, and there was some drama with that, so that's interesting. Um, like I said, I'm interested in doing like debate stuff and also educational, good faith discussion. So probably more interested in good faith discussion, but every now and then I feel like it's worth it to debate aggressively about some topics. So I'm branching out into that too, because why not? What is this top fans thing? Is this only for the current stream, or must be? Okay. Just a few more minutes before my hard stop, so let me know. My longest stream yet. It's not even that long. I think I did like a 12-hour stream many years ago. That was crazy. That was suffering. And no one was even watching that, so I don't know why I did that actually. But you know, sometimes you learn, you make mistakes. That's how it goes. My viewers are all dropping off. I can't believe you people who don't chat. I can't believe the lurkers, okay? Even though every time I watch a stream, I'm a lurker, I can't believe you people, okay? But no pressure. I appreciate you being here. All my fans are appreciated. All my fans are appreciated, okay? I appreciate all of my fans. Even the ones who never talk to me, never post in my chat. I don't even have fans, okay? I'll just say viewers. My bad. That was too presumptive of me to say fans. That was crazy. I'm gonna go for 5 more minutes, and then I'll call it for the night. I am still streaming, yeah. Well, it was only going to be a couple minutes more, so I do this thing where I say I'm about to stream, and then if anyone comments, I keep going. So I just had a few people comment, so I kept going. But I'm 100% stopping in 4 minutes. That's my hard stop in 4 minutes. But I kept going just to chat a bit longer, yeah. I mean, I should have stopped earlier. I'm destroying my sleep, but that's okay. Absolutely. Secret question. I mean, everyone knows that you're just trying to prepare for our upcoming debate, and you're trying to destroy me with intelligence, but that's okay. I'll let you do that. That's fine. Collect your intelligence. You've got the German bureaucratic intelligence apparatus over there, so it is what it is. I accept it. Okay, I just reset my stream on accident. I think it didn't affect you guys. Hopefully you didn't send the message yet. Okay, there I see it. Okay, well hopefully you can still hear me. If you can't, you would have needed to reset. I think I did nothing wrong. Anyway, what do you make of the statement of Marx about Bonapartism that it is coming out of the situation that the capitalists cannot rule? Oh yeah, I read that. Yeah, I read that. Classic. Yeah, I read that. I did read the 18th Brumaire, so I remember that. I think there's definitely a few ways of interpreting that. So I definitely have interpreted it in the more Marxist polemical sense, where it's a negative statement, and it's really saying that the state is an abomination, that the capitalists are unwilling to rule, and it's just an abomination of some kind. And so I understand that interpretation. But I do think there's a way of interpreting that where it's actually a good thing. Because no particular class should rule the state. The state should be ruled by society, right? So it could be that in the process, in the very malformed, broken process of the revolution and the counter-revolution and whatever, that along that line in that process, we created some form of state which was in some way responsive to civil society as a whole and not run by any particular class. And that would be a good thing. But I do understand that in the Marxist conception, it really is more of a negative judgment that there's a, aborted development. There's some pause in development. So I do understand that, but I'm not sure that it's necessarily has to turn out that way. I guess that's what I would say about that. Might be a boring answer, but you know what? It's the one I gave. And since it's very late for me, I have the excuse of it being late. So anything I say is subject to me being tired and overworked. And, okay. Well, you're saying thank you because you've collected more valuable intelligence? That's okay. That's fine. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I understand, I don't know how people are going to respond to the fact that I really have, contradicting thoughts in my head. I can see the Marxist conception of things, but I'm not fully bought into the story, and so I hold on to my own conception of things in some way. So it's complicated, but I'm working through that, and hopefully people understand at least that I'm working through that in good faith, and it's not some empty partisan thing. Yeah, we're having a conversation. I'm just joking, okay? I'm just joking. I'm just having fun. Just having my. I'm paranoid, okay? I've had reason to be more paranoid. I've had some developing reasons to be paranoid, okay? But no, I'm just joking. You're cool. You're, obviously my only Colin, my great Colin, my favorite Colin. Great guy, very interesting to talk to. So I really appreciate it. And sure, we are just two members exercising our reason. Exactly. Yeah, true. That's how it should be. Okay, that's what we're doing here at the Untitled podcast. And with that said, I thank everyone for being here. Thank everyone for watching. Thank Rudi for coming on and chatting. And yeah, I'll see you guys probably sometime not too far away. Thank you.